Alright, let's get the show on the road. Before we begin this particular event, I need to check one last thing. So if you're not interested in this, just skip to the timestamp or the chapter that I pointed out. But specifically for Dawnforger, I missed a story mode yesterday, which is all the way back here, CS 1.2, because I was doing timestamps and I was like, what? Why is it 1-3 and look up, because gamers don't look up even if it's across their fucking mouse cursor. So I missed From the Depths, so I might as well fix that error. So here we go. Let me just read this real quick. It's not written in blood, just an extremely serious account from the depths of our hearts. Okay, text logs. Data transmission progress, treasures complete, log module loading successful, entry 0 decoding successful.
尊敬的指挥官，我不知道这些记录何时才能传递到您的手中，也不知道那个时候我是否还存在于世。我只知道，我必须记录下我看见的这一切，这非常重要。我必须保护好这些信息，将它们交到能够改变现状的人手中。 我会尽全力完成我的使命的。所有的影像证据都附在记录中了，希望总有一天，指挥官能接收到它们。人形没有可以求助的神明，因此，我们向您祈祷，请保佑我，指挥官。1小时前，我和我的人形队友正在执行外勤任务。 任务内容是核验 PMC 登记材料与实际状态。我的队友向一个材料存疑的 PMC 颁发了通过检验的许可章。我进行2次核验时，发现对方运输的货物与申报材料无关。然而，我的队友阻止了我依照规章进行拦截。是的，这些违规的许可来自于非军事力量管理局高层的授意。 我拍摄了那些不应被运输的货物，还有对应的错误申报材料。我的队友想要对我进行记忆清除，我不能就这样任他们为所欲为。如果格琳娜知道这件事，一定不会纵容那些人的。对，我要联系格琳娜。现在是我独自行动的第5天，偏离原定任务地点212公里。无论如何都联系不上格琳娜。 莱亚和莱娜也都没有回复，一定是发生什么事了。冒险接入了网络，公共平台也完全没有报道格琳娜的消息，真让人担心。我在想，或许我不该接下这次任务的。回想起来，任务开始前，格琳娜就已经有点反常了。要是我再敏锐一点，要是我再有用一点，或许……不行不行，现在还不能确定发生了什么事。 眼前最重要的是保护好自己。现在的我，可是搭载着重要的本地数据呢。我不知道要怎么办了。昨天开始，之前的队友人形不再追赶我了，接替他们追击我的那个人形实力更强。看对方身上的标记，应该是来自于曼尼安堡，火力、情报还有后勤支持，对方都占据着优势。 心智检测结果出现了异常，分析是某种心智病毒导致的。或许，这也是对方始终能追踪到我的原因。不能确定是哪一次接触时被感染的。如果我还有未来，我想我会好好去安装反追踪模块。这次记录之后，我会拆除我的同性组件。四肢都受到了破坏性打击，很痛。幸运的是。 被破坏的时点并不连续，我捡到了一些废弃的替换件，目前还能继续行动。希望这些陈年胳膊腿和小腿能够经用一点。这是玩笑，我在努力地分散自己的注意力，从人形不应有的恐惧上。非军事力量管理局的内部网络已经连接不上了，应该是已经将我进行了废弃处置。还没有见到指挥官呢， 明明是为了锻炼能帮上指挥官的能力才重回前线的，好遗憾。这种时候，如果是指挥官，一定会有办法的吧？指挥官总是能一次又一次的带领大家获得不可能的胜利。等等，指挥官的建议，我好像可以模拟演算出来。毕竟我一直想着指挥官的事情。如果是指挥官的话，一直逃下去找不到出路，调整策略，以攻为守吧。这好像需要很大的勇气呢。这样的我，真的能做到吗？指挥官，请借给我一点勇气吧。我现在已经偏离原定任务地点1250公里了。拆除通信组件之后，对方的追击行动果然变得迟缓了。我开始习惯这样的生活了。在上一次常规记录之后，我试着追查关于那些问题 PMC 的线索。当然，以我的战力，正面对抗是不会有好结果的。还是超远距离狙击、变装突袭、预设陷阱埋伏这一类的作战方式比较适合我。关于这次事件的起因，我也收集到了更多的线索。很让我在意的是，有一个名为莫科什的区域频繁被提及，那里距离指挥官经常活动的区域不远。下一站就去那里调查吧。每次战斗开始之前，我还是会害怕，但只要想到指挥官，我的恐惧就会奇妙地减少一点。或许一直这样坚持下去的话，我真的还有机会再次见到指挥官。这次的我和过去似乎不太一样，是因为我一直想着指挥官吗？感觉自己什么都做得到，不曾输入过的战术构想不断冒出来。本次记录就到这里吧。等等，还有格琳娜的事。尝试了利用他人的简易通讯器接入公网，还是没有搜索到格琳娜的新消息。我很担心。我把我们最后一次对话的记录一并附在这里吧。或许指挥官看到记录的时候，能发现什么。
任务的具体要求都清楚了吧？
我准备好了，格琳娜。
那就早点出发吧。对了，离开前，帕斯卡博士说想和你见个面，还有莱亚他们，说是有重要升级的准备前置。真是羡慕你们。要是我也能被升级一下就好了。
格琳娜，你还好吗？你看起来和平时不一样。
连 M200都发现了。我没事，我只是在想一些问题。
要聊一下吗？不必等到这次任务结束之后，现在就聊聊吧。我姑且也学习过一些劝慰人类的方法。
也好，我最近在想，如果海难注定会发生，待在同一艘船上是于事无补的吧。等到那种时候，也许只有来自另一艘船的援助，才能拯救一些什么。
是这样的。不过，我们的职责里不包括海难救援，那是海岸警卫队的工作。
可惜风暴和命运最不讲道理了，总不能向他申诉说这不是我的职责。我担心，如果再次登上同一艘船，面对同样的风暴，再倾覆在同一场风暴中，那我的存在根本就没有意义。我会像过去，像10年前一样，束手无策，什么都做不到。
Gun lowers her head, clenching her empty fists. A complicated sadness lingers on her face.
10年前，我曾想与他生死与共。我是说，那时我想过一起死去，我觉得那也是不错的结局。可后来我明白了，那样消极的目标，不该成为我努力的方向。我真正想要的，也绝对不是一起赴死，更重要的是，一起好好活下去。即使为此我必须与他分道扬镳，即使之前为了同路做好的准备全都白干了，我也有不得不做出的选择。只有这样，只能这样，我才有机会帮上他，给他增加一点机会。
格琳娜，如果这是一个好的决定， 为什么你会露出这么难过的表情呢？
因为他会离我更远。不止如此，我不知道目前同路的朋友，还有曾经指引我的师长会怎么想，会不会对我失望。这10年我努力构建的一切，或许都会失去，像是为大家争取到的权益，还有一直在续约的，想要让他有家可归的白居公寓。我不知道，明明这些都是小事，可我就是无法放手。
虽然不太明白，如果这个决定能让未来的格琳娜没有遗憾，那么我会支持格琳娜的选择。格琳娜，现在是最艰难的时刻吗？请不要一个人苦苦支撑，让我们陪你度过这段时间吧。
Cheyanne looks back at M200. The doll is clearly reflected in her eyes. Like the commander, she has known these former Griffin dolls for a long time. Over that long stretch of time, they have shared emotions and convictions with one another.
我承认，在我心里，指挥官是比格琳娜更重要一点。但是，格琳娜，对我来说，你也很重要。副官格琳娜的努力和实力，一路陪你走来的人形们都能看见。我希望，不只是指挥官，格琳娜也能平安快乐。所以，等你想好要去做什么，就告诉大家吧。一定也有很多想要追随格琳娜的人形，大家一起来分担你的烦恼，你就不用这么难过了。等这次任务结束，在一起开心的、畅快的聊天，可以吗？
Cheyanne doesn't reply. The reflection of the doll in her eyes blurs as moisture gathers in the droplets, but she bites her lip, refusing to let the tears fall.
M200，你，这真是……本来是想让你考虑我，以后你的去留的，反而被你教育了。
非常抱歉，我并没有说教的意思。
好啦，这不是责怪，无论未来如何，当下的职责不能松懈。M200，去完成你的任务吧。还有，谢谢。
P.S. In the appendix of the mission brief sent by Kalina, I discovered a string of unknown data. It appeared to be a complex protocol address. I attempted to contact the address after exhausting all other options. Then I saw Miss Dandelion. This is the best news I've got in a long time. End of recording. So that's why she was in contact with Dandelion at the beginning of this. That's why. Oh. That's why. Got it. Okay. Yeah, 100%. You're gonna have people need to read that. I cannot believe it. Alright, now we can go to Liushih. I'm at a very Chinese moment in my life right now. Meaning literally every single day. Okay. Cool. Alright. Let's go, Captain China. Dethrone Chowa for this. Alright. LS 1-1. Okay, story notes every now and then. Okay. Dispatch missive. Even the smallest speck of dust can tip the scales of the future. Mere hours after Basti's return, the airborne beacon she and the BUGs acquired has already been put into service by the Elmo and the doll community. Of all those involved, Dandelion was the most appreciative of this change, as facilitating an untraceable connection between the Elmo and the outside world took up a rather substantial portion of her processing power. Now, she finally gets to lie back and relax, while we still have the means to contact others as freely as we desire. More importantly, as the beacon now patrols the sky, areas once marked as dead zones on the map begin lighting up with stable signals, granting our doll squads greatly expanded operational range. As both our sight and reach grow, that intangible sense of being in control has slowly but surely returned to me. Now, the one who made all this possible, Basti, the Griffin doll formerly known as GRMK23, is currently sitting on my lap with a smug expression. Not daring to make light of her great achievements, I promptly shower her with praise until my throat grows parched. Despite how displeased Macchiato and Helen are with her acting all touchy-feely around me, mailing in the doll community's appreciation of contributions made it so that they have no choice but to tacitly allow her to have her way. Alright, I guess I have to act this. How do you like your gift, darling? Like would be an understatement. It solved the signal interference problem and increased our comms range by over 70%. It's a huge boon for any future operations in the yellow zones. This beacon network is a huge step forward for planning our coming ventures. Atta girl, Basti. For darling, I'll do anything. Our other collaboration with Connection Corp is also proceeding smoothly. Miss Lydia just tasked us with a particularly lucrative commission, acting as a protection detail for the construction of beacon stations deep within the yellow zones. I assume that's also thanks to you, huh? That woman! I told her to keep her grubby paws off my darling. Whatever, I'm not this one to be so petty around these little steps over the line anyway. Go ahead and continue doing business with her. Just be careful, darling. She may look meek, but she's hella sly. Port Micah's situation's still rocky. I might need you back there as soon as possible to act as a local liaison until Miss Lydia fully resolves the situation. Gotcha. Acting on your behalf sounds like the kind of thing reserved for the First Lady. That makes me super motivated. Wait a minute. Is it Phaelynn's son, Port Micah? Zoe said Faelynn left with Bishop Naya and the others. Huh? With KSVK? Yeah. They took on a delivery request on the trading site. Apparently it's what Bishop Naya and Phaetusa originally set out to do when they left the doll community, to bring back a bunch of doll frames. I was wondering why you'd send those two shopping, so that's why. I should check in with Zoe later. Just as Basti falls into thought, Sakura walks in after finishing moving her luggage onto the Elmo. Sakura's face brightens up right as she spots me. She cheerfully runs over, only to be intercepted by Basti, glaring at her like a fluffed-up cat. Too close, too close! You're not allowed, you darling! Well, that's not fair. Commander, Basti's being mean. Quit messing around, Basti. Alright, well, hello, Sakura. Have things finally been settled? Yeah, huh? I can't believe I'm officially a member of the Elmo now. There was so much work. I barely had any time to stay by your side, Commander. Even so, I'm not giving darling to you. The best I can do is let you sit there, and that's me being generous. That's not fair. I also worked hard for the Commander. I want to be praised, too. Is it because all I do is deliveries that I don't deserve to be praised? Look, you've worked hard, forging your own path and earning the recognition of those you've helped. That's more than worthy of praise. The Elmo will always have your back, just like how you have ours. Welcome back, Sakura. Commander. Stop! Don't you get any closer. But... After some tomfoolery, I pat Sakura's head and give Basti some snacks. Yeah, he has some catnip, bitch. Finally climbing them both down. Right. Sakura, if you're going to pass by Port Micah at some point, take Basti along with you. While it's nice to have someone in the... Well, it's nice to have someone else on the room for some chit-chat. Why is Basti going back to Port Micah again? I thought you'd find GRG 41. I forgot she's called Faelynn now. We've been partners for so many years now. Being apart for a few days is no biggie. Actually, do you even know where Faelynn and the others went to? Didn't they head to Cliffwatch Town? If they followed the right path, they should have arrived by now. Cliffwatch Town? What kind of place is that? Let me explain, Commander. Clearly excited by the chance to show off, Sakura sits next to me and carefully pulls out her delivery tablet, smiling as she prepares to explain. Basti sneers at her audacity, but still leans in anyway as Sakura taps the screen and zooms in on the treacherous mountain chain detailed on the map. It's a settlement located at the top of the Yellowstone Mountain Road. They often hold open markets. While it's a small fish in the pond, unlike Port Micah or Makosh, it's quite famous among locals and merchants. Alarm bells ring without end when I think of trading at such a remote location. Even with our improved signal range, it'll be hard to respond in time if anything goes awry. Faelynn will be a-okay, darling. She survived the Yellow Zones for many years all by herself and overcome plenty of challenges. It's not the best way to put it, but she does have some sort of dull intuition that helps her sniff out unseen dangers and notice suspicious details. That applies to lies as well, so even when she can't figure out exactly what's wrong, she can still somehow navigate around deception. If you're still worried, I can check in with her regularly. After all, we've both waited for your return for so long, darling. Well, that sounds great. Sakura, mind filling me in on Cliffwatch Town and its surrounding areas of interest? I've never been there myself, given how remote it is, but according to an old company manual, it was a mountain village long abandoned after forced relocation, rebuilt in recent years by vagrant settlers. The roads leading there aren't the smoothest. You're likely to encounter collapse storms and roaming bandits. And, on top of it all, there seems to be an ongoing power struggle. No tale as old as time, I'm afraid. But that does beg the question, what's causing it, and how severe is it? Well, it hasn't boiled over yet, but it's something you'd best keep your wits about you for. I'm not all the details. No mistranslation here. I'm not sure of all the details surrounding the conflict, but the two sides involved seem to be an underground broker and a cavalry squadron? They're fighting over control of the surrounding road network, probably for the right to collect tolls. Collect tolls? Sounds like both sides are real pieces of work. I've got an itch saying KSVK and the others are totes going to end up fighting for their lives again. Sakura strains a crease across her face, a part of her not wanting to agree with Basti's statement. Well, for humans traveling the wasteland without the means to protect themselves, it's a no-brainer to spend money on some hired guns. That's pretty much bread and butter for PMCs and why they're skyrocketing in demand after all. About that cavalry squadron, there are rumors going around that their leader is apparently a doll. While opinions of her vary, there's one thing about her that everyone agrees on. That being... I bet she's rich as fuck. Wilderness Purge. The wheels turn and turn, grinding the disrespectful specks of dust underfoot. Yellow Zone Outback Steakhouse. We're not going there ever again. The truck driven by Dushy Naya struggles forward along a rocky mountain road, bumps and all. Wild gales kick up rough sand, dust, and dirt, grinding against the windows in a cacophony of percussion with neither rhythm nor melody. Steep cliffs flank either side of the road, withered vegetation shudders in the wind, a dense macabre proclaiming afore this crevasse, abandon hope, all ye who enter here. Oh, how marvelous. How truly marvelous. Phaetusa presses herself against the window, excitedly jotting down notes in her journal. 5:15 p.m. We drove onto a winding mountain road on the Yellow Zone. While the rock formations are heavily eroded by collapse radiation, one can still make out traces of human activity dating back over a century when the passage was originally carved out. With no heavy machinery at their disposal, they relied on primitive tools and carried debris by hand. The result of this very passageway that can be accommodated vehicles to this day. A true marvel of human ingenuity. What kind of psycho writes and keeps a physical diary in this day and age? You trying to leave some records for some hapless dimwit in the future to happen upon some decrepit building or some shit? Moreover, what tactical advantage does noting any of this down give? Well, dear Nixie, please think upon it. Even after all this time, you can feel the determination of those who built this place emanating from all their traces. A true testament to the tenacity of human will. Don't you all think so? Right, Faelynn? I never thought about it that way. I never thought about it that way before. But when you put it that way, it makes total sense. Are you fucking kidding me? Seeing Faelynn's ears perk up, Sweeper is overcome with despair. This is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them. Two human-worshipping idiots. Y'all should know that out of all those wrinkled flesh bags, the only one taking note of is that fucking commander. Oi, Dushy, how much longer are we driving? I want off this fucking ride. Dushy looks back from her driver's seat. Oh, great War Master, mine ears heed thine aggravation, but prithee those forsaken, jagged lands allow me not to beside myself. How far till we reach the end? By the strings wound by the three goddesses of fate, this hero shall grasp a worthy end for this quest with thee. Steady thine heart, War Master, in no time shall our crusade see its end. I've had enough of this. We're here on a mission. We here on a mission trip? Or, sorry, fucking Jesus Christ. We here on a mission or a sightseeing trip? Sweeper snatches the navigation device and gives it a once-over. There's still about 20 kilometers left, but looking at the side of the road, I'd say it'd take us a few more hours. Well, that's longer than we estimated. Considering the terrain and collapse storms, it's better to be safe than sorry. Want me to take over the wheel a little bit, Dushy? I'd rather not. Faelynn should learn where the brakes are before touching the wheel. Jesus. I was against this weird-ass commission from the get-go. Why would they want some ancient fossil from the Mesozoic era like Phaetusa? Why, how rude. Nixie, you're a fossil yourself. Well, maybe that's exactly why they want it. Abasi once said rich people like collecting old stuff out of, whatchamacallit? Nostalgia? Yeah, nostalgia. You think you really know humans, huh? If this server contains valuable data from the old world, then it could genuinely be priceless. Humans have a habit of attaching emotions to seemingly worthless vessels. The point of a tool is to be efficient and practical. Things like these are... But as Sweeper places her hand over the server, she suddenly falls silent. Her attention lingers upon its frame. Phaetusa senses a strange emotion rising within their shared body, a sense of familiarity. Faelynn, noticing the sudden change in atmosphere, softens her tone. I mean, as long as we can complete the commission or transaction and get the doll frames we came here for, that counts as helping Master out, right? And again, at least this kind of cargo won't attract unwanted attention. Shut up. Did you say something? I said shut up and don't jinx it. Wait, that turn looks... Dushy, brake. Got it. The truck spins into a sideways drift as Dushy yanks on the handbrake. With the tires screeching, showing no signs of stopping, she opens the door and slams her reinforced mechanical foot into the ground to assist the braking process and emit a shower of sparks. Sweeper and Faelynn quickly disembark, weapons already drawn. A sizable firefight is underway ahead. One side moves about with maneuver units, while the other maintains a defensive formation using their distinct yellows and cargo trucks as cover. Wargers? Then the one being attacked is an underground broker? Ignore him. In our circus. Sure as hell ain't our monkeys. Nixie, innocent souls are in harm's way. We can't just stand on the sidelines. What do the commanders say? Give me a break. You've been picking up hitchhikers, fending up elids, and handing out our spoils to vagrants along the way. Remember, Ulrid said that we'll become tomato fertilizer if we don't get back soon. I think she meant having us look for fertilizer, not becoming it. Your body would make for ideal compost anyway. Either way, it's too late for your complaints, Nixie. The Shivnai has already charged out. You'll something along the lines of, for the War Master, for the doll community. Oh my god. Well. We don't have Faelynn yet, so... I heard that her V6 is like Klukai, so I guess I'll grab Klukai. I don't have Phaetusa either. Do I have a Phaetusa? No one here has a Phaetusa. How about Dushy? No Dushy is here either. Damn. I'm very surprised that nobody has a Phaetusa to borrow. Usually that's a pretty popular borrow. Alright, well, fuck it. Let's go. I'll just ride down the middle. Alright, bitches. Let's get it.
认输还来得及。
别打我！
正常水平罢了。
T. Under the doll's unrelenting attack, the Vargas quickly retreat with their tails between their legs. Meanwhile, the other party watches in confusion. They see Sweeper, who just struck their foes with the fury of a berserker, now grabbing Dushy by the neck and shaking her hard, and face-palming Faelynn at her side. Before long, a young man who appears to be the leader comes forward and greets the three dolls. Wow, you look kinda cool. While it would be unwise to label any action as out of kindness in the yellow zones, I can't come to any other logical conclusion as to why you would come to our aid. If I may ask, to whom do you pledge service? Oh, spare thine platitudes. The hero is a friend to all. By the commander's guiding hand, we work to shape a world. We work to shape a world of peace. I see. That makes perfect sense. Miss Hero here must be the kind who can't stand by and ignore those in need, and thus stepped in to help. He's somehow on the same wavelength with Dushy and I? Great. More cryptic babble that makes no sense. Right you are, my compatriot. Alright, conventional wisdom would dictate that I return the favor. Though, I'm afraid your interference might have been unnecessary to begin with. Even without the assistance from Miss Hero's party, we could have easily handled those foes. What? You damn rascal, can't you say just fucking thank you like a normal person? What's that acting tough for? Trying to talk out paying us? Settle down, War Master. We weren't planning to ask for a reward to begin with. I'm simply stating the facts. Just as the young man finishes, the dull spot the element in the situation turn around. Unbeknownst to them, countless combat automatons that had circled the hilltops are behind them in a pincer movement. The red glares of their targeting modules flicker brightly, even under the blinding sunlight. Backup. Aren't they ours? When did they get here? Did you mobilize them during our engagement with the Vargas? An interesting fella, ain't ya? Planning to sell this with force? I told you, I'm simply stating the facts. Which means, you helping us is also a fact. We would have proven victorious without your aid. The only difference would be casualties, since mobilizing the automatons took longer than expected. In other words, there's a 90% chance we would have lost 3 men without your help. 5. I've run the numbers. Your men don't appear well trained. The probability of erroneous execution of defensive tactics is thus over 100%. The most likely outcome is 5 killed in action and 3 wounded in action. You're pretty sharp, huh? Name's Pavel, a merchant from Cliffwatch town. I dabble in PMC jobs on the side as well. This is for saving 8 men today. Please, accept it. Pavel gestures for one of his men to leave a bag of collapse pieces by Sweeper's feet. The doll flicks up the bag with the tip of her toe and catches it, weighing it in her hand. Huh. We're even now. Let's move. Hold on. You haven't answered my first question yet. Three tactical dolls, one being SF model. That's not something you see every day, even in the yellow zones. You know, as long as fair. I take it you have a story of your own, huh? Of course. As long as you answer my question, I'll answer yours too, unless your identities are sort of top secret. Dixie, remember the commander's a wanted fugitive right now. You can't just give her away here. Tomato. What? Tomato Queen? Oh my... She's LARPing! No! She's LARPing! Quiet. We are servants, no warriors of the Tomato Queen. How dare you look at me like that? Want to get your head chopped off? Got a problem? Pavel and his men are startled by Sweden's sudden burst of rage. Only Faelynn and Dushy's quick reaction prevents it from escalating into further physical altercation. Hey, I didn't force you to tell us. Hold on, Tomato Queen? Or Tomato Empress? Oh, isn't she that one badass who kicked out the former head of Honcho of Honkosh? You all serve under her? That's right. A super badass. You get it now? Don't underestimate her just because of the tomato in her title. And more importantly, don't underestimate us. Calm down, Nixie. They're not looking down on us. Please, the pain point of yours has to go. I see how it is. So, what brings you out here? Find the next town to overthrow? Cliffwatch has definitely got potential. I'd be happy to sit down with the Tomato Empress herself and discuss a mutually beneficial partnership. Nay, such treachery shan't come to pass. The hero is entrusted with a mission. It's all to assist our commander and to hone our skills. We're actually here on a delivery task from Port Micah. Port Micah. And the recipient is... well, whatever. We'll have to ask her anyway. We're looking for one Mr. Smolin. Do you know him? Well, of course I know him. He's me. Whoa! That means you have a large stock of doll frames at your disposal, right? I do. So you're a client slash commissioner? Could you please provide us with some sort of proof? Let me see. This'll do, right? Pavel takes out his terminal and sends Faelynn a confirmation message. That's actually him! What a coincidence. That makes a great piece of conversation later.
不要小看玩具设计师的力量哦。
But I'll make a great conversation piece later. Let's move, we'll talk back at my place. What a wild start this fucking event has gone off to. Fork. Different choices determine the return of the unknown. No! You can't just kick us out of our own home. We didn't do anything wrong. Mom, Dad, what are you doing? Let go of my mom and dad. Behave, kid. Your parents have been ruled out as anti-URNC dissidents, charged with corruption and negligence of duty. Any illicit proceeds, including all properties and wealth, are now forfeit for the governing authority. Considering their lack of involvement in full-scale armed rebellions, they should be out of the slammer after a decade of good behavior. Kid, just accept your father will take the fall just as a real man should. Mom and Dad would never betray the URNC. We never stole anything. Dad's an amazing scientist. Even that General Carter praised him. This can't be right. You must have got something wrong. That's not up to us to decide, kid. It's up to the military tribunal. But the allegations that your parents falsified multiple projects and embezzled a large sum of R&D funds have all been backed by physical evidence and testimonies. Pavel, you take care. Live well with... You. Do you know about Griffin dolls? Of course. Just as Dushy knows with the answer, Sweeper suddenly covers her mouth. You know I'm from SF, which means you know Griffin is our arch nemesis. Don't bring that name in front of me. Don't bring that name up in front of me again. Pardon me. All right, well, we're almost there. This is where I usually trade with people. With Dushy and I driving the truck, Faelynn and Sweeper remain on the roof to keep watch of the merchant convoy as they head into the mountains. A small mobile stock rest stop appears ahead. 2 large cargo containers are already waiting. Dushy nervously opens the containment doors. She's utterly baffled by the rows of neatly arranged doll frames as she checks their condition. Some might be a bit dated, but it's all military grade. Most of brand new parts. I can personally guarantee their performance. Right, let me handle this inspection. This will take some time. This is where Miss Maylene comes into play. Following Faelynn unloading the server from their truck, Pavel also sends 2 technicians of his own for inspection. Despite taking several hours, the transaction is a success, and Dushy and Pavel wrap it all up in a handshake. No issues on our side. Please send my regards to the Tomato Empress. Consider it done. I have no doubt the commander will be delighted. Mission complete. Can we go back and see Master now? I'm so nervous. Right. Actually, I got one more thing to trade with you. Take a look. Pavel casually opens a heavily secured crate, inside of which lies an obviously custom-made doll frame. Sweeper's eyes suddenly widen. Nixie, this is an SF Elite doll frame. You've really got an eye for this, huh? I picked it up while procuring mobile automatons. I've only seen it once myself. How much is it? You can't put a number on it. It's a discontinued product after all, at least in today's world. However, I do wish to befriend the famous fella you lot call your commander. And since you also just saved my ass, consider this a special offer as a gesture of our friendship. Well, I can't make any promises. No need to. We humans have this thing called diplomatic gifts. Besides, I do have another favor to ask. More precisely, I need Miss SF to help me with something. What is it? The server you just delivered is actually the control module of a military production line, and I have the corresponding encryption key. But even as I have access, I still need an SF Doll's processor to decrypt part of its encoding in lieu of the compilation tools I don't have. That'll easily reduce my workload more than 20-fold. Never thought I'd be this lucky to meet both an SF Doll and get the server module at the same time. Why should I do that for you, human? I don't know if you'd like to, but I do know for a fact that while SF frames are a dime a dozen, finding an elite frame on the market is like fishing for a needle in a haystack nowadays. I doubt there are more than a dozen of these left in the entire world. I'm sure you of all people should know how important backup frames are, don't you? You're the only active elite SF doll I've seen in years, and you just happen to arrive along with what I was looking for. Don't you think fate has a hand in this? Not at all. However, what's inside this thing does intrigue me. Fine, I agree. Oh, War Master, you're not coming back with us? Y'all heard me. I got my own business to deal with. Besides, I never was really part of your group. I'm the last song is Fury. I only follow me the commander because she's impressive, unlike you lot. You're not the last. We've fought alongside other coalitions before. The other Sangvis... but I don't know where they are now. Probably hiding somewhere. I already know that. Anyway, I made up my mind. Then I shall stay with thee, you idiot. At the end of the day, we're still... Comrades, you're our War Master. What are we playing about? Remember, if you miss the planned return time, Ulrich might just twist your head off your neck and plan it separately. Look, if you're going to stay, Cliffwatch Town on top of that nearby mountain can provide decent lodging. Might be more expensive than elsewhere, but it's got charging stations and workshops. Pretty convenient for dolls. Ooh, a new town? My instincts are tingling. Come on, let's uncover its secrets together. We'll head back together once War Master wraps up her new adventure. To the town guild we go, Fox Maiden. After that, we'll come back and keep the War Master company. Okay, guess that's the plan then. Hope I can find some gifts for Master and Basti, that'd be nice. But, Nixie, are you sure Phaetusa won't get bored? She says she's okay with this. I've marked an easy round for you. You get moving now. Okay, well, thanks a lot. What a nice guy. I totally don't trust that smug smile, by the way, but let's see. Gunshot resonance. The rhythm of gunfire echoes the chords of bygone days. Oh. Liu, I understand how you feel right now, but no matter how much you persist, Aoife's departure and Griffin's disbandment are not things you can change. Even with these enormous sums you're investing, this Griffin you'll end up keeping afloat will no longer be the Griffin that you remember. But what are the commander changes her mind? She needs a place to come home to, and at least let me do my part. Please let me cover all of Griffin's operational costs for the next 30 years, as well as everyone's pay. Protecting Griffin, that's always been the duty the commander gave me. I want to see it through to the very end. I don't think she's ever coming back. If you really intend to respect her orders, then what you should do is decide for yourself freely, because as far as I know, that was her real final wish. If you insist on staying at Griffin, I can prepare a position for you, but please, stop bringing up financial support from now on. I'm sorry, but the Griffin you're familiar with no longer exists. It's over? Our Griffin, the commanders, and my home? Liushih. Wakey wakey, eggs and bakey, something's come up. You'll need to make the call. Huh? Zhisui. Morning. Did the inspection go smoothly? Yeah. A body and no cloud. Everything's fine. Good to hear, because we've probably got some overtime on our hands. That truck from last night left Pavel's turf and is currently heading toward Cliffwatch Town. It looks to be loaded to the brim, seeing as how low the suspensions are sitting. The driver's a total rookie as well. They stalled the engine several times along the way. Have you ID the owner? Maybe it's just a passing merchant. I'd say there's more than meets the eye. Warlock's got a lot of trucks of that same model. It's very likely they're here to support that bastard Pavel. Our men have also spotted signs of fighting earlier, and it's highly likely the truck's owner is in cahoots with Pavel. I see. Well, let's just keep a close eye on them for now, then. Mr. Pavel just wants to do business properly for once, even though we had disagreements before. Wishing for Cliffwatch Town to prosper is a mutual goal. Girl, you're just too nice. Did you forget what the guy has done before? There's definitely something suspicious about this. One more thing. Elids were recently sighted on the route that the truck is taking. It's unlikely they'll be able to escape if they run into a horde of those. Which means... get everyone ready. No matter what they're here for, I can't let them be devoured by Elids right on our watch. I knew you'd say that. Everyone's already waiting. You should hurry and gear up as well. Thanks, Zhisui. You're just too kind for this world. Despite having taken an off-road crash course, the treacherous mountain road still proves to be quite the steep challenge for Faelynn. She desperately tries to keep the truck under control with 110% of her focus dedicated to guiding the steering wheel. Dushy sits behind her with anti-material and rifle in hand, casually resting her feet on the seat back. Not having Dushy drive was definitely a blunder. The brakes on this thing are so hard to press. I feel like the truck's barely holding together as well. I wonder if we can patch it up for heavier loads at Cliffwatch Town. We only set out half an hour ago, and you're already wrecking our elevator? No way! I may have it roll over, but I won't get it wrecked. Just asking, how much money do we have to spare? We might need some repairs. The Fortune Supreme Leader entrusted us with the doll frame procurement is in the holding chamber under the passenger seat. Helen said we are to spend them as we deem appropriate, provided they are wise expenditures. You mean storage? Oh, found it. Oh, that's quite the... with her tail up, Faelynn leans forward to search, but suddenly spots a shadow crawling from down the cliff above. Elid? What? A sharp turn followed by a hard brake allows Faelynn to evade the Elid, but the abrupt maneuver causes her to lose control of the truck as it starts racing down the cliff. Fuck! Master stall frames, no! Faelynn panics, frantically stepping on the gas and yanking the wheel the same way she does in her game, somehow managing to bring the truck back on the route. However, her rough handling is not without consequences. Bam! The truck jolts violently, and the speed suddenly drops. The engine's blown! We can't accelerate anymore. We can't shake him off like this. Now's the hero's time to shine. Bishop Naya grabs her rifle, leans halfway out the window, and fires a precise shot aimed at one of the approaching creatures, piercing right through its skull. Stay away from my Hell Raider! Just as she trains her rifle onto the target, a group of quadrupedal creatures coming down the winding road have above catches her attention. Another pack of Elids is what she first thought of it, but upon closer inspection, it realizes it's a group of jockeys and their mounts. These mounts are an amalgamation of savagery and discipline, galloping freely atop steep cliffs, letting both might and speed. Their form stirs up a memory deep within Dushy. Those are horses? No, they bear resemblance to horses, but are completely mechanical. They're the war mounts of the apocalypse! And the ones riding them must be the horsemen of apocalypse. This group does not ride on ordinary wheeled vehicles, but rather mechanical walkers shaped like horses, allowing them to navigate the difficult terrain and overcome obstacles with ease. Something else showed up? I'll help you. No, they're not enemies. Before Dushy can finish, continuous gunshots ring out. The horsemen fire down on the back of their war mounts, making short work of the pursuing Elids that were inches from reaching the truck. Taking the chance, Faelynn stops the truck and uses it as a firing position. With Dushy, they finish off the straggler Elids and those who try to get back up. Amid the swirling dust, a fully loaded cavalry ride approaches along the mountain path. A specialized walker for mountain combat, and also serves as a vehicle. I remember SF having something similar. They were pretty tough to deal with. Through the thick smoke, the two dolls vaguely spot the leader of the riot waving a flag signaling peace. They do not lower their weapons, but also make it clear they will not shoot first. Riding at the front of the lead horse is a doll wearing a military cap. Beside her is another graceful doll holding an assault rifle. She's observing Dushy with cautious vigilance. Hey, the vehicle over there. We're the Winged Cavaliers in charge of the Clifftown Watch's security. Beyond this point is territory under our jurisdiction. We'll now conduct an inspection as authorized by the town mayor. You'll be free to go once we confirm you pose no threat. However, given our deployment to ensure your safety, a fee shall apply. Relax, Zhisui, it's alright. Look at their vehicle. They must have run into those elites on their way and barely made it out. Let's make sure they've not got casualties first. Ah! Feast your eyes upon those fierce war mountain horsemen. Even the brigands are so civilized, content with just charging a toll rather than pillaging all your possessions. This is truly a battleground of another realm. A great responsibility rests upon us compatriots. Should the foe strike not first, let not the prospect of peace be shattered. Faelynn, who's been staring at the side, suddenly freezes. Those two. And those guns. They look familiar. No way. I'm not seeing things, am I? Faelynn rubs her ocular receptacles intently. Two approaching figures become increasingly clear in Phaelynn's visual module. Even the IDs match. Aren't those two General Liu and Type 56-1? Wah! They finally figured it out. They finally figured it out. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at that shit. Although I didn't realize that was Type 56. She looks very different. Well. Whoopsie daisy. The two dolls on mechanical horses slowly ride toward the smoking truck. The lead doll follows protocol and makes a polite inquiry first. Greetings, travelers. Greetings, travelers. Welcome to Cliffwatch Town. Does anyone need any medical assistance? I'm Liushih, leader of the Wing Cavaliers. Our duty is to protect and rescue all who travel to and from our town. Please rest assured we harbor no ill intent. We just want to ensure your safety. Please state your identity and the purpose of your... Huh? Before she can finish, Liushih notices the animal ears and a familiar smile peeking from behind the truck. Those ears. G41! Is that you, GRG41? Whoa, it really is General Liu and Type 56-1. Long time no see. Faelynn leans over and waves excitedly. I go by Faelynn now. Oh, right. Despite her body being a little different, this one here is KSVK. She's called Dushy now. Good heavens. Running into old comrades. Yeah, I didn't notice this was Type 56 at first, mainly because... mainly because her chest is different. I was like, it looks familiar, but because of the sprite, because she usually wears like star pieces here, and she has like a bit of a weird, like open chest window here. I didn't notice it was Type 56 at first. Fuck, I'm dumb. I should have known. Let us introduce ourselves again. Her new name is Liushih, and my name is Zhisui. Ooh, great greetings. A fateful reunion between our hero's old comrades. Though recollections of you still elude me for now, I shall spare no effort to evoke them once more. Prithee, allow me to refer you as the General and the Khan for the time being. The Khan? You sure that's really a KSVK? Can it be just a random doll who looks like her? I was wondering that as well as first, but once you get used to it, you can tell she's really our KSVK. I don't see a problem. A decade's a long time. Enough time for people to change. The same ought to apply to dolls. I just never expected to reunite with you two here. What made you come all the way out here to a place as remote as Cliffwatch Town? Oh, right. If Griffin dolls are here, does that mean... Liushih dismounts and peeks into the passenger seat with eager anticipation. The commander... she's not with you? Without that familiar figure coming into sight, a trace of disappointment flashes by Liushih's eyes. Master... Oh! I mean, the commander is still on the Elmo. But the agreement has been terminated. We're going back to the Elmo right after this mission. Oh, really? That means the commander can have dolls by her side again, right? Oh, I'm so glad. While they chat with Faelynn, Dushy now curls up in the back seat, dejection written all over her countenance. Oh, hero. Even with these magnificent riders at mine side, how could I possibly not recall subjugating the dragons and defeating the demon lord with them? How grave! I must remember. I even remember back then with Basti. Okay, Dish of Nile, what's wrong? Are you hungry? You don't look too well. Huh? Yeah, the hero never stills their feet for a momentary separation. I'm grateful for your concern, Liushih. Dish of Naya, that's Zhisui. Oh, pardon my slip of tongue. I'm just a little unsettled as my memory has been wiped clean, so be it the fox maiden, the Khan, or the general, none of my recollections tie back to you. Wiped? Who's the ass who did that? While we haven't had the time to talk about what happened throughout the years, I know it must have been hard for everybody. Being able to meet up again is already a blessing, and just a shame you won't be able to share your memories with us, Dushy. Maybe I can offer some help. No need to worry about costs for repairs, I'll do everything I can. It's okay, Helen, that's DP12's new moniker, is already helping me piece them back together. One day, I'll reclaim every recollection of the time I shared with all of you. But until it's fully restored, I just can't recall your existence in my head. I apologize. Oh, no need to apologize, Zhisui. Zhisui and I both know you've always been a steadfast comrade. That's right. No matter what, you're still our KSVK. General God. On the path strewn with thorns, the hero gains more comrades from the past. For the commander and for everyone's joy, let us gallop on. What was that supposed to mean? Hey, stop running around. We're not fully secured this area yet. Suddenly, a deep rumbling comes from behind the vehicle. The dolls turn around in unison. Boom. A loud explosion erupts from a distant hillside. Dust and smoke surge like a tidal wave. Amidst a sea of yellow, twisted black shadows gradually take form. Hostile aliens, 12 o'clock. 5 and counting. I knew it. So many of them crawling around lately. It's as if something or someone is driving them here. Liushih, give the order. Liushih quickly exchanges glances with Zhisui. Everyone, mount up. Wing Cavaliers, defensive formation. Protect the vehicle and cargo. Roger. Zhisui, take a squad to the flank. Watch out for elites coming up from below. Understood. Liushih masterfully commands the Cavaliers with composure and fluency wholly uncharacteristic of her past timidness. It's as if she's a completely different doll now compared to her old Griffin self. Is it just me, or Liushih changed a lot during the past 10 years? Are those Cavaliers all followers of yours, Liushih? You've also changed, Faelynn. Can't wait to grab a drink together and shoot the breeze with you. But now that I have to ask, Faelynn, Dushy, you still in the shape to fight? Even faced with horrifying beasts, the hero never falters. Good. Then... click. Liushih chambers a rifle. Let's wrap this up.
我在呀，让我好好招待你们。
I wonder if this actually hits everybody.
别太快就投降。
Damn, it's only on the same plane. That's fine.
行动中，
小心，接下来才是重头戏。该清理一下。
正常水平罢了。
认输还来得及。
T. Pegasus. The Neo-Soviet Union's horse-inspired tactical mountain walker derived from SF tech. It doesn't boast much firepower, but is extremely effective as a weapon and reconnaissance vehicle in this sort of terrain. So, if I understand this correctly, that Griffin T-doll that Liushih uses Pegasus to steal all your business as a PMC, which is why you want to get back at her. It's nothing personal. We even worked together in the early days of Cliffwatch Town. I respect her character and capabilities. Even without demands for a hired gun, the town's economy is good enough for me to make a living out of trading. Providing security services for other regions is also on the table when push comes to shove. The real problem is that I disagree with her about how Pegasi are being used. I once offered to purchase them, but given her deep pockets, that's basically a bid I could never win. Well, I see now. You bought this control module that used to belong to SF because you want to take them over by force. Can you crack it? Sweeper sits cross-legged on the ground, her sheath blade resting across her knees. A data cable connects her head to the old module in front of her. Data streams flash before her eyes, packed with information only the SF OGOS system can decode, revealing an unexpected secret. Hey, Phaetusa, come take a look. Jackpot. Nixie, what is this? Just like he said, it is a control module of the production line, but this one's special. The final product is installed with some sort of rudimentary neural cloud. It's probably there to assist with decision making, but the data inside hasn't been erased. It's got to be full of SF-related data. I might find what I've been looking for once I crack it open. Sweeper glances at Pavel and nods. I can crack it, but while I'm working, I can't guarantee what will happen to anyone who disrupts me. Got it? So scurry off, you lot. Also, I need a large external power supply. This little puppy will require a lot of energy to break open. As the gun smoke clears, the last eyelid starts twitching under the steel stead's hooves. Despite the sudden encounter under Liushih's command, the battle concludes as if it had been nothing but a rudimentary exercise. Alright, the job's done. Everyone okay? No one injured? After making sure her comrades are safe, Zhisui tightly stows her weapon. Nice teamwork. Looks like nobody's marksmanship got rusty during these 10 years. Especially Dushy. I don't remember you being this much of a nimble gremlin. It's night and day compared to your combat style back in Griffin. Yours also changed a lot, Liushih and Zhisui. Is that how the Wing Cavaliers fight? I've seen my fair share of combat in the Yellow Zones over the years. Thanks to this little companion, I'm no longer like General Liu, who got their commander worried all the time. Amazing. Liushih has to steal a steed's head. The steed lets out a gentle, low neigh. Its red eyes slowly shift into the calm blue hue. Oh, I wanted to ask this earlier. This equipment, your horses, they're not in my database. They look like they're more just vehicles and also have weapon modules to make them useful in combat. Did you design them yourselves? The way they moved also shows signs of having a neural cloud that's at least on par with basic dolls. That one specifically even showed the emotional responses. You got a keen eye, Faelynn. Yes, I call this one D-Lu. I think that's what it's supposed to be. I don't know what the Chinese ones is, but if it's D and Lu, that means ground and then like road. She's a member of the Wing Cavaliers just like us. Like the other steeds, she's also a combat walker specifically designed for operation in this sort of terrain. And yes, they have a rudimentary neural cloud to assist in various tasks. While she may be a little crass, she's a reliable partner. Steel war-mounts of wings of iron, galloping across the wasteland. A steed truly befitting of the hero. Dushy marvels over the majestic steel steed with great green in her eyes. Then glances back at the broken down truck she'd been driving. Shame. The Hellrider had no longer to deliver its treasures to their destined location. Treasures? So you're here to trade with Cliffwatch Town? No wonder you came in a truck. Master and Dushy's group needed doll frames, so we came here to trade with someone named Pavel. Frames? Pavel? So that's why. Wait, you came all the way here just for that? The commander must be having a really tough time. Come to think of it, Pavel does have connections with the military, so of course he has access to this many exotic goods. Who knows just how many hoops he jumped through to get them. You know him? We do, but we're not exactly on good terms, so to speak. He's ambitious, a little too ambitious. He wants control over the entire Cliffwatch town. He keeps trying to get his hands on Di-Lu, Ah Huang, and the other horses, but it's not like we ever plan to sell them to him. Zhisui pats her steel stead as she speaks. Not to mention, he also holds a grudge against us Wing Cavaliers for taking over the security detail for the town. He kept throwing money at the status quo in an attempt to shake things up, but Liushih consistently shut him out with her own fortune. God knows why he's so obsessed with this place. So far, he's tried almost every method except open conflict. So he's the bad guy! That settles it. We shall now launch a great crusade to liberate the War Master and the Strategist. Hey, he's not necessarily a bad guy. Mr. Pavel is a reputable merchant no matter how you slice it. We've also worked together to repel Vargas before. He's just overly obsessed with militaristic expansions, trying to unite the surrounding settlements under the banner of his own PMC. We want no part in that. Anyway, enough about that. To our distinguished guests from afar, would you like to visit Cliffwatch Town's market? Yeah, we've got all sorts of delicious food and loads of exotic artifacts to offer. God, I love that. I love that sprite, dude. Also, I can't believe she's got a fucking... Is that drool or is that a yaiba? Which is why the wing cavaliers are needed for security in the first place. But we can't just leave the frames here. Looking at the upset Faelynn and Dushy, Liushih smiles gently. Feel free to leave both the vehicle's restoration and tonight's lodging to us. Our mechanics can easily patch up such things. Huh? Are we truly worthy of such generosity? Of course! We're all comrades fighting for the commander after all. In fact, I was just planning to hold a banquet to celebrate this reunion. Exactly! Don't be shy with us. Don't you want to try my roasted meat? Not sure if my cooking will help restore Dushy's memories by reminding you of Griffin's delicacies, but at least the taste is definitely top tier. I also bought out all the leftover inventory from Griffin's cafeteria and put it in cold storage. You can taste the past if you ever want to. You still have that? Wow. Free repair and meals? That cold and uncaring port mica is no match for the warmth of old Griffin comrades. You really haven't changed in this regard, Liushih. Then it's settled. Liushih claps her hands at the cavaliers behind her. You three, come with me and Zhisui. We'll tow the truck back. Everyone else, head back and get the banquet started. We have guests to host tonight. Hoorah! Following her order, the steel steeds tugged the truck on tour like a chariot. Sitting in the driver's seat, Dushy burst into excited laughter. Forward! Forward! Whee! Unlike her partner, Faelynn is not impressed by the steed's performance. Rather, she rolls down the window and gazes up at the fortifications in the distance. Coming into view are precision-engineered reinforced concrete high walls lined with spotlights, as well as operational surveillance radars and mobile firing platforms. To combat elids, even retractable barriers and hidden napalm throwers are engineered into the defensive structures. Oh, such perfect fortifications built in this environment. Is this all your work as well? Can't believe you two achieved all this while Basti and I were running around with kids, smashing people's windows in. It's the combined efforts of all nearby settlements, but then again, Liushih's wealth did help massively. As the horse-drawn truck arrives under the wall, the concrete reinforced blast door welcomes their arrival by slowly unlocking under the pressure of massive hydraulic system. Whoa! The gate just hailed us in? Oh, could this very well be the gate, unsealing itself to behold the hero, the divine light beyond? No, we call this the automatic door. Girl, you really need a fact reset. People knew we were coming and had been preparing for your arrival. Let me once again welcome you, Faelynn, Dushy. For former Griffin comrades to go to such great lengths to arrive here, please allow me to extend my sincerest hospitality. Welcome to Cliffwatch Town. Where?
相比胜利，大家平安无事更令我感到开心。
If General Liu literally says Ganbei if they're drinking tonight, oh my god, my ancestry is flaring in me. Ugh. Oh, what's on the menu today, FNC? FNC. Oh, right, she's gone too. Well, guess I'll have to eat it all by myself. With tray in hand, Type 56-1 sits down at the empty table in the empty cafeteria. Chewing noises quickly follow. Unlike before, everything seems so monotonous now. Even the once vibrant flavors are now but wax. The doll tilts her head, contemplating her current reality. Everyone's really left, huh? Eating all this by myself makes even the tastiest food tasteless. Come to think of it, why am I the only one with such a big appetite? Even as the commander's gone, I kind of hate that. Why do I feel so guilty? Food shared with everyone is the most delicious, that's the truth I've put to heart. Commander, that fried chicken back then. I still want you to treat me to it again. Oh! Liu, wanna have some... Why are you crying? Is it because you missed the commander? No, don't cry. Have some guobao roll. 56-1. What are we supposed to do from now on? Miss Hellion says the commander will never be back. There's no place for us to go home anymore. Is that so? So you're feeling lonely as well? Actually, I was just thinking, why don't we go look for the commander? I still want to cook for her, and with you around, we'll never have to worry about money. Our home is where the commander is. If she's gone, we'll find her and build a new home where she's now. Can we really do that? Then what should we do first? I haven't figured that out yet. But first, what we need to do now is to dig in. Here, have some of this. I'll go get you some of that if that's not enough. I'm not hungry. Wait, I'll eat myself. Stop throwing my bowl. I'm good. Yellow Zone, Wing Cavalier's camp at night. The campfire crackles in the night wind, filling the air with an aroma of delicacies. Hold on, I gotta do something. Also, I just realized, as I'm reading through this again, that's GFL1 music right there. Yes, I love it when they do this. Just fucking throw some old OST in there. Oh my god, yes. Okay, the campfire crackles in the night wind, filling the air with the aroma of delicacies. The tables laden in roasted meat, towers of canned food, and all manners of drinks. Dolls and people alike feast to their heart's content. Oh. Such must be the temptations of chaos, a feast so decadent even to corrupt a hero. We should leave some for the strategists and the War Master too. They'd love it too. Everything tastes so good. Zhisui's cooking is just as good as before. Hard to believe that we're in the middle of the Yellow Zone with all these amazing ingredients you've got. That said, they don't have much in the way of fresh veggies. The commander would definitely want to make a market of their tomatoes here. Tis up to the hero to investigate said business opportunities. Liushih smiles and raises her glass at Dushy and Faelynn. There has been a slight uptick in traffic congestion recently. Many supplies got stuck on the road. So tonight's menu might be a little light. My sincere apologies. This is light! Dushy turns, gazing at the table piled high with food. Hey, Fox Maiden, was she really a tea-doll like us in the before days, or does Griffin have some sort of infinite money glitch, the memory of which has escaped me? God, I can't believe I've lost access to most important memory of all. No. There's no such thing. Liushih had simply been incredibly lucky with money even back then. She'll somehow make a ton of money no matter what she does. Master used to receive expensive gifts from her all the time. Though, truthfully, she also was a bit clueless when it came to putting the money to good use. Not like she's changed by the looks of it. Despite all this wealth, you're still spending your days in a Yellow Zone, huh? Never change, Liushih. Never change. Is there something about my arrangements you're unhappy with? If you don't mind waiting for a bit, we have frozen seafood with the frozen white zones and... No, that's not what we meant. We're not here to be freeloaders. I'm just lamenting at the fact that while Basti and I were still messing around with Miss Lydia, you managed to build such an impressive stronghold in the middle of Yellow Zones. Just look at how much of a reliable leader you've become. I can't help but feel like only a doll like you can go back to Master with your head held high. A leader, huh? All I'm doing is providing financial and technical support. The Winged Cavaliers is the brainchild of all those who wish to protect Cliffwatch Town, not me alone. Compared to what you've just told me about the commander, what I did is almost too trivial to even mention. After all, she saved an entire city. As Liushih reminisces about the familiar face, her gaze becomes gentle and nostalgic. Doll community, huh? That's what it's called, right? So that's where the commander and everyone else have gathered now. A community built on top of ruins and founded on mutual aid, developing agriculture to unite and help those in need. Truly a hopeful prospect. I'm so glad. Even a decade's time had not worn down her resolve. Yeah, even I have yet to reunite with Master as well, Bishop Naya told me that she's gathered many like-minded companions, all sharing the ideal of changing the Yellow Zones. The commander, the supreme leader, Helen, and everyone else, they're all striving to achieve a brighter future. Which is why I, together with the Fox Maiden and the War Master, must likewise devote our utmost effort to fulfilling our mandated purpose. The commander's mission. I'm so jealous. It's been a decade since I've last experienced a sense of fulfillment, but I'm really glad she's safe and sound. That she once again chose to become the anchor everyone could hold on to. She really still is the person we once admired and vowed to follow. Liushih raises her hand and gently wipes the corner of her eye. Ever since the commander left Griffin, my heart has never found peace, because she always took everything on by herself. You girls talking about Griffin? Hearing the familiar name, Zhisui barged into the conversation. Did she tell you about this yet? When Griffin almost went under, Liushih took all of her savings and went up to Hellion, saying that she could help fund Griffin through the crisis. Donating everything in a treasure trove. That's truly generous of you, General. All of Liushih's savings. Must be quite a hefty sum, I imagine. I don't really remember the numbers, I just wanted to help everyone in the best of my ability. Miss Hellion said she understood where I was coming from, but Griffin was faced with a systematic crisis that could not be resolved through monetary means, regardless of how wealthy I am. And with the commander's departure, I knew the Griffin I came to know no longer existed. Indeed, Griffin without Master is not a place us dolls would miss. After gaining my freedom, I spent a long time wandering, confused and lost. If I can't bring Griffin back, what else can I use my money for? Zhisui was the one who pulled me to my feet, saying, if our old home's gone, let's just find a new one. Which is how and why our fortune lady and I left Griffin to find the commander. Then, an intel broker we frequented told us that apparently a powerful bounty hunter was roaming around the Yellow Zone in an MCV. I knew that must have been the commander the moment I heard that. Since Liushih had the money but nowhere to spend it, and I had the energy but nowhere to take it out on, we just decided to move to the Yellow Zones together. One thing led to another, and we ended up here, in Cliffwatch Town. This place was crawling with elites back then. I believe the commander would have done the same as we did. Right. We initially just wanted to set up a small camp, have a place to trade with the locals, and continue searching for the commander. But following the camp's establishment, more and more people flocked here, forcing us to expand it into a full-blown outpost, which attracted a lot of unwanted attention. So then we thought, while the agreement prohibits direct contact with the commander, it says something about preparing for things that may help her out in the future. Say, a stronghold in the middle of the Yellow Zones for resupply to fall back on, or manpower to call upon in time of need. Nobody knows when the commander will need those, so I have to have everything ready for her. And so, I have invested all my money into this place. As you know about Liushih, she doesn't even bat an eye when she spends. With more and more resources being poured in every year, the population grew as well, which led to today's Winged Cavaliers. Quick question. Where do those war mounts of Apocalypse come from? Why are you calling them war mounts of the Apocalypse? Well, we built them ourselves. This area used to be an NSU exclusion zone. You can find abandoned equipment under every rock. At one point, we came across several rolled over transports buried in the canyon, probably as a result of some sort of accident. Luckily, their cargo was mostly intact, which is how we got our hands on the prototype unit that eventually became Liushih's D-Loop, as well as enough spare parts to assemble 30 more units. We happened to be planning a basic machine shop at the time, so Misfortune here shelled out all the necessary machinery and got them all fixed up. Oh, there's a workshop too, can we see it? Yeah, of course. But first, has everyone enjoyed their meal? If so, let me take you on a tour. It's so groovy, man. The dolls leave the encampment and arrive at an open space behind it. Welders, machine tools, stamping presses lined the wall of the shed, all rare finds in the middle of the yellow zones. At the same time, customized two-wheelers and weaponized 4x4s are parked just outside. Several mechanics can be seen attending to said vehicles. Whoa! Not only are the Warmonths of Apocalypse birthed here, it's also where you forge your own Hell Raiders! Weapons as well? Liushih and I gathered these from all over after some considerable effort and money spent. We now finally have a somewhat functional production line. It would be even more fantastic if this foundry were capable of forging a wyvern mount. Well, that's certainly a cool idea, but questionable as hell. We've experimented with many designs, but on mountainous terrain, mobility and ability to overcome vertical obstacles are king, which is why Dilu and her kin remain the pride of the Wing Cavaliers. Hold on. Liushih points to the corner of the field where a herd of visually identical steel steeds is being adjusted by the starting line. Dushy and I's eyes light up instantly. Whoa! War mounts! War mounts of the Apocalypse surround mine sight! All these are the current mass production model. They may look indistinguishable from one another, but each has a special trait to perform various tasks in combat: great ability, jumping height, etc. Dilu was military grade to begin with, so they all have high-end specs. They're even equipped with biosensors, radiation detectors, and ELID warning receivers. They are truly our most indispensable partners. Oh, hello you. Big Sis Zhisui, Big Sis Liushih, you're back? We have guests? Hearing the commotion, a petite girl holding a wrench hurries over from behind the shed, followed by two older members of the Cavaliers. Faelynn's ears twitch upon taking in the sight. The girl's stature and manner seem out of place for someone presumably raised in the harsh conditions of the Yellow Zones. If anything, she has way more in common with Zoe, as in someone who was raised in a town with quasi-green zone level living conditions and then ran away from it. I'm Viola, member of the Wing Cavaliers. I was calibrating Dilu and Ahuang. I didn't notice. Viola, right? That's amazing. You already know how to work these machines at such a young age? Who taught you? As Faelynn presses up against her with curiosity, Viola's face grows increasingly red. I like to tinker with machines. My father and older brother taught me. Your brother? Yeah, he's kind of gentle. Always puts others first, much like Big Sis Liushih. But he's already gone. Big Sis Liushih and Zhisui took me in. So, I want to be helpful to them. Viola may look young, but she's our trump card. Unbelievable! With tiny hands, you repair such big machines. How marvelous! Yeah, you're really impressive. I have a friend who's about your age and just as talented. I'd love to introduce you to. Bishop Knight and Faelynn both pat Viola's head and then look at the duo behind him. You two are dolls from Griffin, right? Boss brings you up all the time. He's Luke. I'm Ivana. We're both among the first Cavaliers to fight alongside Boss. Nice. Though these days we spend most of our time doing maintenance. After all, we can't let Viola do all the hard work for us. By the way, Boss Zhisui, everything's sweat. We're gonna win big today. Perfect. I can't wait. What is it? Something entertaining is about to unfold? We've got the horses in the field. What do you think? Zhisui claps her hand, and several mechanics immediately pick out 3 fully tuned candidates. It's the Winged Cavalier's signature event, horse racing. It serves both as a performance evaluation for the horses and as a form of entertainment for everyone. What'd you think? Want to bet on which one will take the gold? First come, first served. A clash determined by the goddess of victory herself. I shall bestow my blessing upon the steed in the general road, as guided by the hero's intuition. I'll pick the one on the left then. Her ears look beautiful. That's it then. All bets are final. No takebacks. Your attention, please, everyone. Our robo-horses are equipped with sensor systems. If you fake an attack on its location, you activate its sensors and make it run faster. Oh, so our actions help determine how fast the horses move? That's right, spurring your robo-horses on is essential. I see. Then may the hero's guidance lead her mighty steed to seize victory. Interesting. So, who are we? Who's winning? I'm actually not sure how this works, but I'm gonna do my snipers. Give me a sec. Dushy of Naya's horse must reach the goal first. Okay. In that case. So do I do like? Do I click this? No, I don't. So how does this work? After being attacked, this unit's mobility changes. Oh, so I have to shoot the horse? What the fuck? Hold on. I mean, let me give it a little battery. So I need to shoot Dushy of Naya's horse. Does that... Did that do anything? I was gonna shoot this one. Uh-oh, wait. The drone. Can I just throw him on there? No, I can't. Alright, well, I'm just gonna do this. Do I just... I don't know if I should just shoot it or... I don't know. Okay, damn, my Dushy's horse has a lot of fucking mobility. Okay, I'm just gonna toss it over there. Okay, ours wins. Let's go. Forward, trusty steed, to victory, war mount of the apocalypse. At the last possible moment, the horse chosen by Dushy of Naya charges forward with astonishing speed and crosses the finish line with half a length's margin. Yay! The bond of the hero and her trusty steed prevails. Looking forward to exploring this world together, partner. Hold up. Who said we're giving it to you? That's Liushih's steed. Don't get any funny ideas. Yeesh. Not only did I be on the wrong one, but she didn't even come close to winning. You win some, you lose some. That's just how things are. Though, good on you for picking Dilu, Dushy of Naya. You definitely have an eye for this. Oh, I just assumed the General War Mount must be the best of the best. Same! Literally same. I was just like, why don't you just pick Dilu? I wouldn't say so. I noticed during the combat earlier today that Dilu looked more battered than the others. As a prototype, her performance should be inferior to the brand new one I picked. Now, I wonder what the key to her victory really is. Faelynn's got sharp eyes. Here, everyone, look. Amazing. Liushih walks up and pats Dilu on the back. Dilu gently lowers her head, exposing her previously obscured designation stencil. Pegasus Mark 1. Yeah. Dilu is designated as Pegasus Mark 1, meaning she's not only the prototype of all the other walkers, but she can also access, supervise, and manage the neural clouds of others. Which means Dilu knows exactly how to startle the other steeds into late starts, how to chase the pace, and when to go for the last spurt. Dilu may not be the best at running sprints or miles, but she always comes up on top during long races. Oh, such considerations never crossed my mind, even though similar strategies are a thing in a certain game I've played. Well, should have paid more attention. Anyway, so Dilu is actually that special? I thought she was simply the first to roll off the production line. Well, Dilu's situational awareness in the field is without match. She's even more efficient at commanding her kin than we are at controlling our own dummy links. Our battalion of 30 steeds has barely begun to scratch the surface of her capabilities. Unfortunately, while our mechanics are great at working with hardware, we fall short when it comes to software. That's why we've only managed to compile a fraction of Dilu's code. The majority of her capabilities remain beyond us. Leave it to Helen and Dandelion to solve this mystery, and Miss Mei Ling too. Miss Dandelion is also the commander's side? Well. Let's talk some more about the Elmo and the commander, shall we? Is Mei Ling no comrade of Griffin? Mei Ling is the commander's current adjutant. There's also Ord and Swomi and Helen, and the commander's right-hand doll. Let's not forget Springfield, and... So, Kalena's no longer the commander's adjutant? Hold on, who is this Ord again? Do we know her? Why does Helen look so different now? And what do you mean, Voimastina, Elmo's #1 cook? Who the hell is Voimastina? Wait. Just as Liushih, Liushih, and Zhisui are engaged in heated conversation, Faelynn turns her attention toward Viola. Owing to the years spent living alongside young human girls, Faelynn has developed a heightened sensitivity to their emotional states compared to other dolls. In this moment, the air of profound sadness radiating from Viola is most apparent to Faelynn. Without a second thought, she walks over to Viola as the latter is looking up at Dilu and gently stroking the horse's knee joint. What's wrong, Viola? Oh, big sis Faelynn. It's fine. I'm just checking on Dilu. I don't really like it when they make her complete. When they make her compete, it's bad for her joints. Did you know that the real horses have an average lifespan of about 20 or 30 years? Dilu's even older than me. I guess that makes her a grandma, right? Noticing the doll's puzzled expression, Viola blushes again. Sorry, that must have been a strange thing to say to a doll. Not at all. You're just worried that Dilu's getting too old for this and are worried for her. That much I can understand. We dolls are equally troubled by this. In theory, we can survive indefinitely as long as we keep maintaining and upgrading our frames, but the reality is no one knows how long our neural cloud will last. If Dilu is sentient like us, then she must be able to tell what she likes and what she doesn't like. I'm sure she's proud to be able to fight alongside everyone in the Wing Cavaliers. Is that so? I guess maybe you're right. Looking at Faelynn, Viola smiles, seemingly relieved. She reaches forward to the pendant hanging from her neck and holds it tightly. But to Faelynn, it's clear that the sadness overwhelming her hasn't subsided in the slightest, and in fact is now tinged with darker dregs of emotion. What am I even thinking? Viola is Liushih and Zhisui's comrade. I need to focus on Master's gifts. Liushih, Zhisui, what should I get for Master? For the commander. Oh, allow me to help. I want to open a restaurant in the White Zone with the commander. That'll do it for me. Okay. Wait. Why did this become about you? I've never seen Big Sis Liushih and Zhisui this overjoyed. Watching Faelynn and the other dolls break into hearty laughter together, Viola sighs. A complicated feeling wells up from within her. Yeah, it'll be troublesome if this keeps up. Oh! Hearing the voice behind her, Viola instinctively flinches and recoils to the side. Oopsies, my bad. How many times do I have to remind you? Viola hates it when people sneak up on her. I just wanted to take a good look at Boss and ended up too close. Sorry, it's been almost 2 years, but I still... No need to apologize. Everyone here has had their share of hardships. If it weren't for the boss taking us in, Luca and I would have worked ourselves to death in some godforsaken mine by now. Not just us, but all the Cavaliers and everyone in Cliffwatch town. We all owe it to the boss's generosity. Who else in the right mind would keep supplying impoverished villages with that much food and medicine, while putting herself in danger to declare our bandits and elites roaming around, all without asking for any compensation? From a tomb for those who had no way out, to the home she managed to turn it into. At this point, if the bosses really decided to leave, all we can really do is wish them well. Leave? Us older Cavaliers know this very well. Sooner or later, the bosses will return to the beloved commander. Now with those 2 dolls' arrival, I think that day might just be today. But hey, I think we can stand on our own 2 feet now. Don't you think so, Viola? Huh? Even though it's hard to let him go, if that means Big Sis will be happy, then I guess that's okay. Seeing our comrades' basic reactions, Viola quietly looks away.
胜利！同志们，让我们再接再厉，打赢下一场。
Grab me some water. BRB. I forgot how much this is about me. from the dead. Lion Spot. Oh, I forgot to read this one. Steel Cavalry Dressage. The open field of competition is an opening act of the field of battle. Only those with wisdom and courage will both will triumph. Let me check if there's any story notes on the side here as well. Okay, there's not.
So
to make sure. Teehee. After Deep Oblivion and last event, I'm a little paranoid. What are you boys doing here?
逃得掉吗？引擎已激活，尽快结束。
叫我吗？
行动中。
Hey, come over here. That's annoying.
不要小看玩具设计师的力量哦。
Continue. Blind spot. True leads are often hidden in the most unlikely places. Please, please, I need my medicine. My brother's dying. He's the only family I have left. Clinging to an underground broker's leg, Viola begs desperately, but the broker merely glances at with her at disdain, and Coley shakes her frail arms off. Oh my god, it's Leon, not Kennedy again. With those pretty dresses, you must have been born in the green zone or somewhere richer, right, young lady? No wonder you don't understand the rules around here. Go ahead and play with that sippy car all you want. It is not worth a damn. But meds, oh precious meds, those cost money. Don't tell me you don't have a clue about money does, young lady. But we don't have any money left. I can do anything you want, just please let me work for you. Unfortunately, at your age, it costs more to keep you alive than what you can offer in return, unless you happen to be some kind of tech prodigy. I've interned at the Institute of Technology, though I haven't archived anything yet. I've published papers, and I can cook. Mom taught me that. I can also... Sounds like you got some background. Usually, no one would want to have ties to a kid like a past like yours. However, Broker extends a finger to lift the pendant hanging around the girl's neck. She flinches first, but ultimately does not resist the act. That's an NSU standard decryption key. How'd you get your hands on it? Oh, that's what Mom and Dad left us. The last thing they gave us is my mom's keepsake. Anything but that. I'm not here to mug a little girl, but if you want medicine, you gotta hand me something valuable. The URNC's a top dog now. No one wants you NSU Tech anymore, aside from those who'd pay to collect antiques like this. Okay. The girl shivers as she closes her eyes. She reaches for a pendant, and in that moment, she feels like as if her fate had been sealed. Abandoned, forayed, struggling until she's helplessly squashed like a bug. She seems to have accepted such an ending. That is, until one hand grabs Broker's wrist, while another stops Viola from removing the pendant. Wait. Just give her the medicine, I'll pay. I don't do business with dolls. You think I'm that desperate? Reputation comes first in your other zones. Tell your master to come personally if they want a deal. Besides, with the recent price fluctuations only regulars get... Will this not be enough? Whoa, damn. Sorry, I mean, I love to do business with dolls. You don't have... You don't pull any of that Two-Face bullshit. What the fuck? You're in luck today, young lady. The broker reluctantly lets go of the girl's pendant and grabs the glass pieces right in front of him. The girl hugs the medicine box, plainly staring at the two dolls bickering in front of her. This again? Liushih? Sorry, Zhisui, but I can't stand watching a little girl suffer. That's not the point. Pay for the girl all you want, but at least ask for change. Forget it. God knows how you got this rich anyway. Well, it's because a friend left her fortune to me. But enough about that. Let's check on the girl. The gentle doll walks up to the girl and softly strokes her hair, while the outspoken doll stuffs a lot of food into her hands. Before even realizing it, the girl has already dropped to the ground and started devouring the food without a care for delicacy. She doesn't even register what exactly she's stuffing into her mouth, only that it tastes incredibly delicious. The dolls watch her as she goes, smiling, a pure, altruistic, and untainted smile. She looks at the dolls through tearful eyes, her heart filled with words of gratitude. But in the next instant, a thought that shouldn't exist interrupts all that. Viola, you must remember the dolls. They took everything from us. Don't be deceived by their appearance. They have no hearts. All their beauty and marvel exist only to deceive and manipulate humans. Dolls are tools, nothing more. Then they too treat humans just as another piece of equipment. They can never understand true human emotions. The voice hits Viola like a bucket of ice water, promptly emptying her mind while leaving a sharp lingering sting. Name? What's wrong? You got a sick brother, right? Now you can go back home with medicine. My name's Viola. Thank you, both of you. Nice to meet you, Viola. I'm Liushih. And I'm Zhisui. Need us to escort you back? The girl shakes her head and turns to face away from them. Hearing the two dolls' names, a strange feeling arises in her heart. Those are such pleasant, beautiful names. How could machines manufactured just to be tools be so radiant and warm? She silently berates her own ungrateful, wicked self. Tears she didn't even shed while begging at the broker now roll down her cheeks as she runs away. Sweeper realizes she has hit her limit. As an SF doll, her OGOS protocol should have easily allowed her to process the code within the control module, but the astronomical volume of data and lack of proper support modules made the decompiling process extremely difficult. Fortunately, Phaetusa, the data processing expert, is around to help her shoulder a large portion of the computational load. Which is also why she is now plugged into an external battery, as running two overclocked neural clouds simultaneously is a particularly power-intensive process. While Dushy and Faelynn are celebrating their Griffin comrades, Sweeper is working tirelessly, coming close to fatally overheating on several occasions. However, she feels nothing but immense joy. Simply decoding and acquiring data related to SF from the control module is enough to satisfy her. It's obvious, ain't it? SF science is the best in the world. Got it. This one's ready to be booted up now. Phaetusa? Got it. Let me get the firewall in place to filter redundant data. Don't get too carried away. No worries, this thing is simply borrowed Sangus tech. Its neural cloud should be very bare bones. Alone. Huh? Unable to detect Mastermind. No command update since 89,212 hours. This unit, abandoned? Question? This thing, even unfinished, is actually somewhat sentient. Hey, accept my command. Command, authentication failed, no clearance. Available access, 1. Production list, 2. Production inventory, 3. Supply orders. It's only the basic clearance. Is it because this one's not actually an SF module, or because you're too low ranking, Nixie? Shut up! Someone's coming. As footsteps tick, Sweeper sees Pavel enter the room along with several combat automatons and armed personnel. Quick on the outtake, huh? Though I'm afraid your efforts will be going down the drain. This module requires higher military level clearance to access. You sure your key just so happens to have that? You've done well, Miss Sweeper. The frame's yours now. Pavel snaps his fingers and two men deposit the box containing the SF Elite frame in front of Sweeper. Now, why don't you go play with your doll friends? Sweeper suddenly shoots up into the building at a speed human eyes can barely follow. Dashing forward with her blade drawn, she cleaves through the combat automatons standing in her way before landing in front of Pavel. Pavel's automatons promptly react and open fire at once. As Sweeper is poised to make short work of them, a notification appears before her eyes. Her gaze freezes before backing off, gradually being forced into a corner. You slimy bastard. Making this a fair arrangement was never part of your playbook, was it? Or maybe you're the one unwilling to honor your side of the bargain. Unfortunately, I'm quite acquainted with you SF dolls. All that hard work just drained your battery. You got what, 11% left at most? Oh. I was wondering why your battery is so fucking shit. You were purposely messing with my power supply. I told you, I'm quite acquainted with you SF dolls. Because all these years I've been studying, reevaluating, and thinking about one thing. Why couldn't you defeat Griffin back then? That's none of your damn business. Sweeper backs into a corridor, only to find the exit has already been sealed off. She paces about in the building, waiting for any opening to fatally strike Pavel, but the young merchant surrounded by guards gives her an opportunity to do so. Instead, he merely explains to her in an almost nostalgic tone. All the doors are locked down. You won't be getting out of here even if I die. Time to surrender, Miss Sweeper. Don't worry, I share the same view as your master, that Tomato Empress. Order, security, and development are in higher and higher demand by the people of the Yellow Zones, and only those with power can do that, or can provide that. I wish to join your Tomato Empress because and invest in her own currency forged through steel and fire, her exceptional battlefield talent. What you did was just help me obtain said currency. I won't damage nor your frame nor cloud. I just need to make sure you stay out of my way while I do my job. What job? A totally real job like those horses you bragged about that don't even exist in the records? At Sweeper's words, Pavel's face twitches. They're not made up. Pegasus is a weapon system developed by Dr. Smolin. It has undergone 3 combat trials with excellent results. Whether paired with humans or dolls, it wouldn't be outdated even by today's standards. Aside from proving its worth in a truly glorious war, Dr. Smolin would accomplish everything that was asked of him. Look, I don't know how well those horses performed, but a couple of wonder weapons won't affect the outcome of the war. No, they can't. But they can affect me. If only the Pegasus can be proven to be a reliable weapon, then all its development will be genuine and meaningful, and the URNC will finally take another look at what? Unfortunately, that's all I can reveal for now, unless you would kindly surrender and make this easier for both of us. Before Pavel even finishes, Sweeper's blade is already darting toward him, impaling the wrist of an automaton, shielding him as it nearly pierces his eye. A chill runs down Pavel's spine as he sweats profusely. Meanwhile, Sweeper snatches and Aegis' shield and dashes out of the room. Sweeper breaks through the multiple combat automatons before her battery is finally drained. She collapses against the final sealed door while helplessly watching as Pavel approaches. Don't forget to put in a good word for me in front of the Tomato Empress when you wake up. Her frame shuts down completely and Sweeper's consciousness sinks in darkness. At the final moment, she thinks indignantly. Can't believe you called it. Damn it. No, you were right, Nixie. Aside from the commander and those human juveniles, plenty of humans are kind. External communication is jammed too. Looks like Mr. Pavel really thought this through. This will take some time. Pavel looks at the SF doll lying on the ground, and then at the pile of combat automatons she had dismantled all by herself, letting out a sigh. Had she been at full power, she could have easily broken out. Not destroying her while not letting her destroy him is the only way to leave room for future cooperation with the Tomato Empress. Though Pavel doesn't know her exact identity, he wisely deduced that she is most likely the very terrorist behind the Elviv incident, the commander with the bounty of millions to her name. Unless absolutely necessary, Pavel doesn't want to make an enemy of someone with such threatening potential. Lock her up. Make sure that to treat Miss POW here well before we send her back for negotiations with her master. Having said that, Pavel retrieves an encryption key from under his collar and inserts it into the control module Sweeper unlocked earlier. Sweeper could have easily decimated this module during chaos earlier, but either out of sympathy as it follows saying this creation of some other reason, she did not. For that alone, Pavel is grateful to her. Command verified. Administrative clearance confirmed. External hardware recognized. As if his blood is rekindled by a pleasant tune, Pavel realizes his fingers are trembling. The moment of truth has arrived. He silently inputs a command string as the module hums to a mechanical rhythm, typical of old hardware protesting its lack of calibration and maintenance. Ultimately, the sea of formless data materializes in the shape of a Pegasus quadrupedal carrier, along with all commands and functions pertaining to his neural cloud. You're right, old man. As if he had been rehearsing this his entire life, another set of commands long in the making has been executed by Pavel. This module now displays in progress. Following that, he pulls out his communicator. Hello? Already? Alright, I got it, don't worry. Of course everything's ready. This day has finally come. Big brother. I knew it. I fucking knew it. There had to be the connection, because I saw the eyes. I was like, wait a second. Coming out of bed, Viola quietly puts on her coat, grabs the backpack prepared in advance, and heads toward the area where Pegasi are stationed. The horses stand silently. She walks up to Dilu, rises to her toes, and inserts a key into the back of her head after some considerable effort. The horse turns in confusion towards her everyday friend and mechanic. Red and blue glares flicker in her eyes before finally settling into conspicuous deep crimson. Dilu's final struggle pains Viola. Dilu shakes her head violently as if stricken by an ailment until her head finally droops, letting the spasms fade into an eerie stillness. I'm sorry, but I can't let you fall into Doll's hands. Viola spreads her arms and hugs Dilu's head as if to soothe her. Alright, it's done. Now I just need to get on it. She reaches for the saddle and starts climbing. Liushih isn't a particularly tall doll, so this shouldn't be a hard task. Yet somehow, when Liushih and Zhisui rode on the Pegasi, they always appeared so reliable, so towering. Viola instinctively checks the direction of the barracks, only for a pair of heterochromic irises to greet her. Fear instantly makes her legs go numb. Viola? It's me. I thought someone snuck in. Sorry? Why are you apologizing? I got worried about Dilu's condition, so I came to check on her. The commotion must have woken you up. No, not really. I stayed up to keep watch, since enemies can show up at any time. Speaking of, something happened to Dilu. As Faelynn walks past her with Dilu, Viola realizes this is her only chance. If she so much as attempts to escape while riding Dilu, the dolls will definitely catch up to her or simply shoot her dead on the spot. Ugh. The sudden realization that something's up halts Faelynn. She turns around and pounces Viola aside, narrowly dodging Dilu's devastating back kick. Having missed her strike, the steel steed bolts forward, sprinting toward the gate, leaping across rooftops and finally vaulting over the wall. Yet even with Dilu's lightning-fast speed, Faelynn is somehow faster. She manages to hold onto the reins and follows her over the wall like a jockey trying to tame a Mustang. A loud thud echoes from outside the gate. Horrified, Viola lies on the floor. By now, the others have woken up and rushed out of the barracks. Viola, are you okay? The doll immediately rushes to her and pulls her into an embrace. Viola stares into those eyes filled with worry and concern. She bites into her lip until the taste of blood and rust finds her. Dilu suddenly went berserk and ran off, and Big Sis Faelynn followed after her. What's going on? Had the War Master's old legion attacked us? Liushih, don't leave Viola out there. Come hide her. Wake everyone up. We've got an emergency. Atop the Night Mountain Road, sounds of steel hooves tear through the tranquility. A petite doll with beast ears clings to the steed, desperately trying to rein in the one-ton beast. Ooh, Dilu, what's gotten into you? Slow down, slow down. Could it be some kind of electronic warfare attack? Faelynn grips the reins tightly, trying to slow the beast down in vain, as simply keeping herself from falling off has already taken up most of her strength. Yet, as Dilu heads straight toward the cliff, Faelynn instinctively lets go of the horse and jumps backwards, watching Dilu plunge into the abyss, only for a pair of flaming wings to shoot up out of the steel steed's sides. Much like her mythical counterpart, her free fall is slowed into a gentle glide as she descends into the valley below, disappearing from sight. A jump pack. That's a feature too? Liushih's really got some crazy over-the-top pet. If Basti ever finds out about this, there's no way she'll settle for anything less than a Cerberus she can bring back to the Elmo. But then again, what the hell is going on? Ooh, 1, 2, 3, 4 combat nodes back to back. Behind enemy lines lies in tempting bait and a lethal blade. Hollow Echo, the mundanity of one does not give others the reason to plunder of one. Drawn steel, our hearts are one as you wish. Touchstone, your work as gold of dross will be tested in fire and conflict. Alright, fuck. It's an honor to meet you, Miss Liushih. Name's Pavel Smolin, one of the many merchants who greatly benefited from your efforts to protect Cliffwatch Town. The reason for my visit today is none other than to acquire your quadrupedal carriers for my PMC's business needs. Sorry, Mr. Pavel. As Cliffwatch Town's co-founder, I would very much like to meet your needs, but Dilu and the other steeds as well are already like family to us winged cavaliers. Family? A doll talking about family don't make me laugh. Hey, you done talking? Leave if you don't want to have anything worthwhile to add. Please tell me Please tell me. You can at least compute just how wasteful your actions are, right? Those are weapons. They're meant for the battlefield. Yet you're using them as nothing more than delivery bikes and rescue dogs. This is more than simply squandering the potential of a new technology. What you're doing is spitting in the face of its creator. Don't you feel ashamed of that? You know, to some extent, maybe you're right, Mr. Pavel. But even those menial tasks you look down on still need to be done by somebody. With Dilu's help, we Wing Cavaliers can respond to crises and carry out various rescue missions flexibly. There are simply no walkers more efficient or stable than the steeds in mountainous terrain, so I'm afraid I cannot grant you your request. And how about this? I can provide the Wing Cavaliers with helicopters in exchange for temporarily leasing just one prototype unit. We may be dolls, but we wouldn't trade our family for anything either. Miss Liushih, dolls are pretty good with numbers. I assume that applies to you as well. Sorry, but I might be the one exception who's bad with math. Then what about this figure? You consider this a good offer? I can't. You really should take your leave, Mr. Pavel. You won't get what you want from either of us. This isn't about money. We don't have any monetary issues now, and we won't in the future. Pegasus. What'd you say? I said those steeds are called Pegasus. Anyway, I get it. I'll come back with more funds for my next visit. You're really good at doing business, Miss Liushih. Goodbye. Good at doing business? Me? I feel like I just made Mr. Pavel even angrier. He just can't take no for an answer. Don't take it to heart. Riding on ATVs assembled by the Wing Cavaliers mechanics, Dushy and Liushih catch up to Faelynn by sunrise. The latter had already scaled down the cliff, searching for any traces left by Dilu. Fox made it. I've lost contact with the War Master and the Strategist. I don't know if the signal is jammed or something else happened. Maybe that Mr. Pavel was really up to something? Dushy, Liushih, I've marked all the tracks Dilu left along the way. Thank you so much, Faelynn. This heading does lead to Mr. Pavel's area of activity. Let's hope it's just a coincidence. Following Pegasus' hoof tracks, the group veers into an inconspicuous fork in the path. Before long, the dolls discover a small base hidden on the mountain path. Oh, could this be the Demon King's fortress? It appears there's movement by the entrance. Let me see. Faelynn reaches her zoom level and focuses on the writhing shapes in the shadows. They've got lots of patrol units in front of the base, scouts, diner gates, the whole 9 yards. Seems to all be SF machines, similar to what Mr. Pavel had earlier. As Basti would say, he's acting real suspicious right now. I wonder why Mr. Pavel is so obsessed with Dilu if he can get his hands on so many combat automatons. And how is he able to remotely control her? Fox made it. You believe this could be traced back to that server we handled earlier? Or perhaps something the War Master did? I think so. Everything just adds up. It makes less sense if this is all a coincidence. Liushih, all those combat automatons that Mr. Pavel has, while they are numerous, they're also pretty common. Meanwhile, not even Griffin's database has any info on Dilu and her kin. As a one-of-a-kind prototype, she must be extremely valuable. Since he was willing to trade a dozen military doll frames just for that server, he must have been expecting profit. Profit. Mr. Pavel offered me higher and higher quotes back then, but I didn't believe he was doing all that just for profit. Simple. We simply apprehend him, make him surrender the War Master and the Strategist, and beat the truth out of him. Right, this War Master and Strategist Dushy keeps mentioning. Are they also our Griffin comrades? They're a SF doll found by Master. I mean, the Commander. They weren't active during the Griffin days, and they're actually 2 minds inside the same body, but neither of them is a bad person. An SF doll. Indeed. Dilu's design contains a lot of SF tech. Now that I think about it, why did we even find Dilu here in Cliffwatch Town? Just as Liushih dives into thought, Faelynn suddenly raises a hand, signaling for the two to drop to the ground. Their senses reveal several proximity mines that the dolls are far too familiar with. Faelynn quickly marks their positions and those of additional turrets and surveillance cameras. Going along will consume much time. Folks, in general, beware of the things that go bump in the night. With the Shenanigans heads up, the two dolls are locked onto the patrolling scouts and diner gates. The security level's really high. It's almost airtight. And judging by its forces deployment, they've got heavy weapons set up on the high ground and reserve units held in positions. Such a meticulous defense can only mean Mr. Pavel's got some military expertise. The hero's suspicions have proven, that Demon King and those brigands are truly in leagues. Liushih nods, acknowledging Dushy's speculation. Anyway, let's update Zhisui and the Wing Cavaliers with the coordinates first. This area seems to be jammed as well. As Liushih operates her terminal, several dark muzzles protrude from the position above, aimed directly at her head. Boom! Flashes erupt with crimson glare, all directed at the dolls. Ugh! Watch out, General! Startled, Liushih stares at Dushy. The latter calmly shoulders her rifle, clearly used to situations like this. Liushih, are you hurt? I'm fine. Watch out and get ready to return fire.
训练有一定成效了。让你3秒。叫我吗？
After a round of exchange fire, Liushih's group successfully destroys all terminals at the forefront. However, more and more firepower pours up from the positions above. The suppressive barrage forces the dolls to repeatedly fall back, ultimately retreating behind cover. Ugh, there's no end to this. The worst part is we don't even know what's inside the base. We might be walking straight into a trap if we blindly rush in. Even though the hero fears not, adapting to our foes for our mana is all consumed is of utmost prudence. General, now is the time to take action. It's alright, we've already achieved what we're here for. I noticed during the engagement earlier that all the reinforcements came from the rear of the right flank. That area looks to be the most heavily defended. There, General? Bishop Nat really marked a spot on the terminal. Yeah, that's probably where the warehouse is. Even though I'd very much like to take Dulu back now, a frontal assault with just the 3 of us is not ideal. Looks like we need to draw something up before we go in. While Liushih, Faelynn, and Dushy are attempting to infiltrate Pavel's base, a group of men is on their way toward the Wing Cavalier's outpost. Their leader is none other than Pavel, followed by subordinates driving vehicles towing mortars and other heavy weapons. Didn't expect you to be this amazing of a strategist, boss. I just took some notes from the Tomato Empress' impressive records in Makosh. Hide your true strength, lure the enemy in, and strike where it hurts most. It's indeed very effective. But by doing so, won't our base be destroyed? We can't trap dolls like Liushih forever. We can, however, distract them, let's say, 17 to 23 hours. And that's plenty of time. As for our base, don't you worry. A bigger, better base, even more weapons, and a grand stage will soon be ours. Following you around sure was the best choice I ever made, boss. As expected from an heir of the White Zone, a real intellectual. I even heard you got some big Corvos back in Flamingo and Yellow Zone peasants like us, if that's the case. Don't you think you're speaking out of turn for someone who supposedly knows as much as you do? My bad. But those dolls and the Wing Cavaliers aren't pushovers either. Can we really take over their outposts in such a short time? A fortress like that will be a tough nut to crack even with superior numbers and firepower. However, historically, many so-called impregnable defenses have been unwrapped from within. You should really pick up a book. Just do your job and watch as a new chapter of Cliffwatch's history unfolds. While Liushih, Faelynn, and Dushy are planning their infiltration, the Wing Cavaliers are also gearing up for the fight. Out of safety concerns, Zhisui has shut down all their steel steeds to prevent what happened to Dilu from repeating. Fortunately, thanks to rigorous training in various vehicles and weapons crafted by the workshop, the Wing Cavaliers are confident in the battle to come. Can't reach Liushih. Is this Pavel's doing as well? I knew that rascal was up to something lately. Now he's finally gone his way. Boss Zhisui, let's throw them more directly. Our big guns haven't got a chance to shine. It's a perfect opportunity to put up a big fireworks show. No. Liushih told us not to act impulsively. Our task is to defend the outpost while they're out there scouting. We only lost Dilu so far, so it's not enough to affect our overall effectiveness. Everyone, get ready to... As Zhisui is about to issue orders, a message comes from the lookouts. A unit has bypassed their defenses and is now right under their perimeter. An alarm blares, signaling the highest level of readiness. The wing cavaliers immediately leap up and rush to their respective defensive positions. Engage! Arm yourselves! A sense of unease rapidly devours Zhisui's mind. Liushih, Faelynn, and Dushy being so far out of reach seems now like the result of a deliberate trick to lure them away. Compared to her situation, Zhisui is actually more worried about Liushih. She fears that she won't be able to help her partner out now that she's held up defending the base. Of course, that's not the only thing bugging her. The wing cavaliers never let their guards down against Pavel. Drones, radars, and various other sensors have all been purchased by Liushih and meticulously maintained to Griffin centers just to keep an eye on it. By all accounts, they should have seen this invasion coming from a mile away. Commander, what should I do in a situation like this? A bone-chilling sensation crawls up from the depths of Zhisui's mind. She doesn't want to think about it, doesn't want to acknowledge it, but as Liushih's second in command and the outpost's sole defender now, she can't dismiss the possibility that someone orchestrated all this from within.
你满足的表情比什么都令我兴奋。
Rousing rhythms accompany the steady hoofbeats of steel steeds. In Cliffwatch town, people know that the hope is right around the corner whenever they hear the hymn of the winged cavaliers. You know what? Hold on.
Cavalier.
I'm retarded. I've been saying it the wrong way the entire time. Cavalier. Okay. The Winged Cavaliers. That sounds honestly so much better than what the fuck I was trying to mismatch. Holy shit, I'm retarded. Okay. Whether faced by the Vargars, Elids, or any other threat, the Winged Cavaliers will always come down from the mountainside and trample everything standing in their way like a tide of fire and steel under that fearless doll's lead. Yet at the same time, they're an army of kindness. No matter how humble their standing may be, the Winged Cavaliers will always charge headfirst into the enemy lines to protect the weak and innocent. Viola witnessed all that with her own two eyes not long after arriving in Cliffwatch town. She also immediately recognized the two dolls leading the charge, the same ones who once came to her aid without hesitation. And undoubtedly, they too remember her. Viola reaches out to them, and the two dolls immediately take notice of her as well. Ah, Big Sis Liushih, Big Sis Zhisui. Isn't this Viola? What are you doing here? How's your race? You must have been through a lot. If you have nowhere else to go, stay here with us. But I don't need to worry about anything. We'll take care of you. We got amazing comrades. They'll teach you everything you need to survive in the yellow zones. And you can leave whenever you feel ready to do so, to freely pursue whatever you truly want. The dolls understand better than anyone the harsh nature of the yellow zones, and that it's nigh impossible for a child to survive on her own. So Viola knows they can't and won't abandon her. This is the naivety of dolls. Their world is simple. A person's a person, a life's a life. They act exactly as they're told, no questions asked. But Liushih and Zhisui are different from those Viola is familiar with, because they no longer follow anyone's orders. To freely do what I want? So you founded this outpost, took people in, formed the Cavaliers, just because... Yeah. Because we wanted to. Because doing so fills us with joy. And hopefully what we're doing can eventually be of help to the commander, even if all she ever wanted for us was to be happy. Here we go again. Disgusting, repugnant, sickening. You clueless machines talking about happiness. You never suffered like us. All you're doing is imitating the commander of yours. Okay, never mind. She's not cute anymore. Someone behead her, please. Don't keep being so kind to me. Just show your true colors already. Stop making me look even uglier than I already am. Despite their superior numbers, the attacking automatons cannot break through the Winged Cavalier's defenses. Zhisui moves along the walls, inspiring each member while providing them with fire support. Even drones high above cannot escape the doll's sharpshooting. None of them gets to release their bombs above the outpost where they're shot down. Huh. Even with Boss Liushih absent, we still got Boss Zhisui. She just eats too much. Hey, oi, I heard that. You can't fight on an empty stomach, can you? Let's feast after all this is over. The Cavaliers erupting cheers once again and start humming their battle hymn. The counterattack has begun. As for Pavel, his outcome just retroactively made him realize how wise the decision it was not to act against the Winged Cavaliers in the past. Even with superior firepower numbers and prior knowledge of their deployment and personnel, they still failed to achieve anything due to Zhisui's leadership and the defenders' high morale. Boss! This doll's a monster, man! We're running out of time. If Liushih gets back... You got a single doll that's enough to make you piss your pants? I've bagged hundreds of these clankers already, but I've never seen one like her before. Aren't command modules banned? That's not a command module. That's a power they themselves earned. Fortunately, I got mine as well. You're pissing me off. Under Dushy's leadership, the Winged Cavaliers successfully repelled the attack of their outpost. All the mortars and heavy weapons meant to tear down their walls were destroyed by their armed drones, leaving only smoldering wreckages. Watching the attackers flee with their tails between their legs, the defenders do not pursue. Instead, they shout and cheer, accompanied by the people humming the hymn of the Winged Cavaliers. Oh, I actually do not know what that says. I actually don't know what that says. Can I, like, live translate this? It has to be Russian, right? Or Ukrainian? Spill some shit, you bastards. I guess it's like, eat shit? Let me see. It is you bastards either way. I guess it's like, eat shit, you bastards. Now you know what not to fuck with us. That's what it is, pretty much. Stay vigilant. Scan the perimeter for any stragglers and get the wounded to the infirmary. Roger. After wrapping up her commanding duties, Zhisui hops off the wall position and exchanges a high five with the Cavalier commander ready her out. As a doll, her reaction speed and perception are far above that of humans. As such, the celebratory atmosphere around does not distract her from analyzing the situation. During the scrimmage, I conclude the feeling that something's off kept gnawing at Zhisui's mind, siphoning her processing power away. Now the bullets have ceased flying, even for just a moment, she realizes exactly what exactly is off. Who's opening the gate? What? The sudden interjection puts everyone back on edge. Worst thing is, as the gate's opening grows wider, a familiar figure, one that the Winged Cavaliers follow with devotion and admiration, charges in. It's Dilu! Don't shoot! No, take her out! The conflicting orders plunge the Cavaliers into disarray, making many miss what should have been an easy shot. The steel steed rampages through the defense positions, while a swarm of hostile SF automatons follow in her steps and flood through the gate. Zhisui starts regretting not calling Liushih, Faelynn, and Dushy to retreat. She still attempts to maintain control over the situation, ordering the Cavaliers to fall back in the buildings until... Enough! Time to stop this nonsense! She turns to the voice instinctively. The sight greeting Zhisui makes her pupils dilate in shock before narrowing into a furious glare. Luca's right. You really are a shading scum. I don't have time to argue with you. Pavel stands before Zhisui and held his arms in Held within his arms is none other than the girl named Viola. The girl keeps her head bowed, daring not to look Zhisui in the eyes. Let go of her! Viola! You animal! How did he get it? The cavaliers all raise their weapons, but not dares act rashly under the fear of hurting the shivering young girl. As instructed by Pavel, the mercs and automatons who followed him also hold their fire. A tense standoff ensues. Zhisui has no choice but to acknowledge Pavel's composure bordering on madness. Though armed with a pistol, he doesn't point it at Viola. Zhisui looks at the latter, hoping that she could create some opportunities for herself. Yet Viola is still avoidant of her gaze. No matter how much she doesn't want to accept it, the chilling sensation spreading through her body forces Zhisui to come to terms with reality. Miss Zhisui, eh? Got yourself a sizable facility out there, didn't you? I admire it. Dolls nowadays are making warlords of themselves and living a comfy life while actual humans are stuck withering in the wasteland, surviving by digging through trash. Ridiculous, don't you think? Cut the bullshit, let go of Viola, and we'll consider letting you walk away with your head attached to your fucking neck. Relax. I'm not so pathetic to use her as a hostage. I never meant for it to get this awkward, but I'm in fact here to make a deal. A deal? And that's right, a deal. Terms are simple. I'll let you live. You don't even need to drop your weapons. Just leave the outpost as you are. I will not hunt you down. In your dreams. You're just a thief who only has the balls to show up when Boss Liushih isn't here. Sure, but right now this thief has the firepower to back up his words. We can go back to the shooting, and I'll maybe lose at the most a tenth of my men and 30% of my mechs. But you, on the other hand, will all be wiped out, so let's not do this. Why? Other than Cliffwatch Town security contract, I don't believe there's any bad blood between you and us. That's true. Although, it's not that I wanted to profit from that either. I simply hate how you and Liushih love sticking your noses in everything. I get it, it's all out of altruism, but your mimicry of human behavior, that just pisses me off. The next instant, Pavel's smile vanishes, his gaze turning cold and sinister. I only have two terms. Disband the Winged Cavaliers and hand over all Pegasus units. You're saying we're mimicking humans? That's your reason for attacking us? Forming the Cavaliers, building the Walkers? You're just carrying out someone's orders at the end of the day. No matter how convincing you make yourselves look, you can never understand why humans do such things. Well, that's not true. Me and Liushih, we... What do you even know? Oh. Hold up. Gotta see what it says. It's not translating. Rush. It's not translating. Wow. It's probably just some slur. Before the bosses showed up, the people of Cliffwatch Town were getting raided by bandits and devoured by evils all the time. It's the bosses who brought us food, clothes, and medicine. It's them who gave us weapons and taught us to set up for ourselves. We would never betray them. We would all give our lives if the bosses told us to. How pathetic. Look how they turned you into their little puppets with the tiniest bit of kindness. We're not puppets, and neither are our bosses. They could have stayed in the green zones enjoying a life of comfort and luxury, yet they came all the way out here for the sake of their beloved commander. When they saw our hardships, they didn't hesitate to spend their money helping us. How are the bosses any less human than you? No one ever ordered them to do anything. They always followed their hearts. Can you say the same about yourself? Do you dare say you're doing all this out of your own free will? The surrounding cavaliers all resonate with Ivana's words, but Pavel simply fires a shot into the air to shut him up. You lot are really hung up on these dolls, huh? Guess what? That's what happens when you're just yells and bunking with no clue what a doll is capable of. Sure, dolls can be more efficient, their assessments more accurate, but so what? As long as a leader, there's only one thing they don't understand, is betrayal. If they can't foresee it, can't understand why it happened, then they are a failure. Viola, why didn't you tell him yourself? What do you mean? The one who opened the gates was me. Well, is that so? The one who installed the receiver on Dilu and tampered with the control authorities was also me. And I installed the receivers on all these steeds so Dilu can control all of them at will. Viola snaps her fingers and the cavaliers gasp in horror, some nearing collapsing in despair. The steel steeds that should be powered down and stored away are now glow red-eyed. They trot onto the open field and gather around Liushih, slightly threatening their former partners. This can't be real. Looks like both humans and dolls have learned a valuable lesson about betrayal today. All it takes is a little fiddling with your so-called free will and trust to turn on you. Dolls reduced to slaves of their own programming. Much like this horse, your loyalty is nothing but when faced with a higher authority command. But humans, Miss Zhisui, do you really understand a human's betrayal? You and Liushih recruited Viola yourselves. How did you convince yourselves she's worthy of your trust? You know, much like you, the human mind is also built upon countless choices, but no matter how many ones and zeros are in the noggin of yours, you never truly understand what makes us the way we are. You'll never be human, and naturally, you'll never be able to lead humans. Honestly, I would say even getting too close is ill-advised for both sides. Piece of shit. A notification from her sensors alerts Zhisui to a new development. In the corner of her visual module, a young cavalier is taking aim at Pavel. But just as Pavel warned, the combat automatons have been keeping track of their moment all this time. Before he can fully raise his rifles, the automaton's weapons are already pointed at him. Don't! Despite Zhisui's plea, the young cavalier adjusts his aim and pulls the trigger with determined expression. In response, the automatons behind Pavel answer with a hail of gunfire. Despite the T-Doll's split-second reaction allowing her to spring into action before the bullets go flying, Zhisui barely manages to pull herself between the two parties. Back off! By the time Pavel and Luca stop both sides from escalating further, Zhisui is already riddled with bullet wounds. Big sis Zhisui, it's fine. I'm tougher than I look. Stop moving, Viola. You're a target now as well. Viola freezes, gazing in fear at the cavaliers who have been through her thick and thin. The contempt and hatred in their eyes send a shiver down her spine. With how hard you're still trying to defuse the situation, I take that as acknowledgement of my terms. Everyone, abandon the outpost. Leave and go find Liushih. Boss? No, we can still fight, and we'll win. Of course we'll win, but that victory will be nothing but a fair one. No one needs to die for this. Do as I say, take what's important, and abandon the outpost. And that vehicle Faelynn drove here too. Gifts for the commander are on board. Make sure to return it to him. Ignore the sparks pouring from her injuries. The doll slowly holds up her arms, staring straight at Pavel with a completely expressionless face. Pavel seems slightly shaken under a sharp, scrutinizing gaze. After a pause, he slowly nods. Paying no mind to the cavalier's protests, Zhisui orders the unharmed to help carry the wounded and supplies out of the gate. Meanwhile, she herself remains where she stands, unwavering and facing off with Pavel and Viola. Boss, Zhisui, you need repair ASAP. Don't worry about me. You and Ivana take Faelynn and Dushy's truck back to them. Tell them that those are Cliffwatch Town specialty caramel pies. I bet the commander's gonna love them. Boss, not gonna follow my orders? Are you still winged cavaliers or not? Don't worry, I'm not planning to do anything stupid. I haven't had the chance to see the commander again after all. We copy. After making Luca and Ivana leave, Zhisui finally moves. Yet she doesn't head for the gate herself. Instead, she slowly and calmly wanders deeper into the camp despite countless muzzles being pointed at her. Viola? Yes? You once said you had a sick brother. That person? Yes, that was Big Brother Pavel. He was suffering from a serious lung disease back then. I could only afford those medicines thanks to you and Big Lucer's help. Wait, those meds back then? Yeah, they were from Big Sis Zhisui and Liushih. I just knew the big brother who hates dolls would definitely overthink things if he got wind of the fact, so I never told you about this. Oh, is that so? So, you weren't lying back then. Hearing that, Viola jolts as she is being electrocuted, covering her face in shame, unable to meet anyone's eyes. I see. Well, that's great, Viola. I'm happy for you. Huh? Viola looks at Zhisui. The smile blooming on her face is the same when they first met. Pure, bright, impossibly dazzling. At the same time, more cracks seem to spread from those wounds in her body. Well, Liushih and I were always worried about you. Being alone in this world without a family is bound to be a painful experience. While everyone wishes a found family like the Winged Cavaliers could help soothe that pain, nothing compares to real blood ties, right? The fact that you still have someone in this world makes me feel truly happy for you. Big Sis Zhisui, you're always like this. Well, can't help with that. I'm a doll after all. Zhisui lets out a self-deprecating chuckle and shakes her head. Viola gazes at Pavel with a pleading look, but he simply holds onto her shoulder and orders her subordinates to head to the workshop beyond the camp. The large quantity of weapons and valuable machinery stored there are what Pavel came for. Your frame needs repair or you'll suffer a critical failure soon. Why didn't you retreat along with the others? Because I still have questions for you, and I have the right not to answer. Oh. Not planning to experience that luxury, Mr. Winner. As long as Liushih is still around, I don't consider it a victory. Plus, it's not like I need something that hollow from you. I'm just here to achieve my original goal, simple as. Your original goal? I need the Pegasus. So, Dilu, you really want to die on this hill, huh? Because Pegasus was our father's creation, but because no records of it could be found in the URNC's archives, our parents were prosecuted. Huh? If that's the case, why would you assume Liushih and I would have refused to help you out? Would you still do the same if I told you my parents worked for Griffin's enemies? The war's over. Zhisui gently shakes her head. She then steps forward, but her once steady steps now falter. We always thought coexistence, even with our former enemies. Not to mention, Griffin is no more. Liushih and I are just two dogs without an owner searching for our commander. So I refuse to believe that's your real motivation, at least not entirely. I trust what Viola just told me was the truth, but Pavel, you got other goals besides saving your father, don't you? Precisely. My ambition lies further beyond, turning Cliffwatch Town into a second Makosh. No, something even greater than that excuse of a town run by nothing but Checkfobin's proxies. If it weren't for your meddling, I would have achieved that long ago. Oh my... You're not even cut out to be a good villain. What? You're making fun of me, you damn clank. We fought real villains under the commander, so we can tell real villains from wannabes. If you really were one, I wouldn't have told everyone to just leave. Get him. Type 56. That shit was sick. So hold on. I'm in desperate need of some sustenance. Give me a sec. Holy crap, that hypoglycemia hit me so hard. God damn, that actually hurt me. Shout out Harry Ballsack. Hey man. Shout out to my ballsack. Oh my god. Sorry if I didn't catch your message. I was literally downstairs trying like shoving food in my face because I haven't eaten anything in so long that I just straight up just started losing strength. Anyway. Pavel stares at the doll in shock. With her power draining and body damaged, her eyes are losing focus and her speech module is barely holding up. And yet, even in this state, her likeness still sends a primal chill down Pavel's spine, as if he were prey meeting its predator. If you really were one, I'd have stopped you, even if that meant putting everyone's lives on the line and sacrificing both me and Liushih, because I can't and won't let the commander face another enemy like that. So it's a good thing you're not, don't you think? But you're never becoming a hero like the commander either. You'll simply be Viola's big brother. And that's enough, right? Big sis Zhisui, stop. Let me check. Zhisui gently sways her body, as if Viola's words were completely over her head. Then, like a broken marionette, she drops to her knees. Even so, she looks up at Viola and Pavel. Her lips curled up in a faint, almost mocking manner. Having a family. Isn't that enough? With your little sister, you won't become a bad person. Isn't that great? Because no matter how hard you try, this path you're on will only make you puppets of damnation. Those words seem to have struck a nerve deep within Pavel. With a groan, he furiously draws his gun. But before he can pull the trigger, Zhisui collapses entirely. The last spark flickers across her body.
接下来的目标是
The light in her eyes fades, dimming on the setting sun. What a way to go out, dude. Straight up just... Hey, man. You will never be as bad as the shit we fought. As Pavel walks into the hall, he contemplates for a second over whether or not to step onto the fancy carpet. For how accustomed he has become to the yellow zones, he almost forgot what the air in the green zones even smells like, and thus developed a fear bordering on disgust toward all its lavishness. But ultimately, he puts his foot forward and walks toward the ridiculously large conference table placed in the middle of the carpet. Seated at the head of the table was the very man who holds Pavel's fate in his hands. The man gawks at the table full of delight like a ravenous lion, only to be struck with a great annoyance. Decision paralysis. Oh, it's Gerard. Oh, here you are. Please tell me you've showered. It's an honor to be received by you in person, sir. I've completed a thorough personal hygiene routine. Yeah, good. Come sit closer then. Yeah, right there. By the way, I've got some good news and bad news for you. The bad news is, your mother died in prison last month. Pavel braces himself against such earth-shattering revelation and stares at the man who just delivered the news with such nonchalance. There's neither malice nor sympathy in Rurik's voice, nothing but the kind of impatience reserved for trivial, time-wasting matters. The burly and rude man shifts to a more comfortable position and looks at Pavel. The good news is, your father's still kicking. Guess it all comes down to how tough you are. Is that so? As R&D officers of the Neo-Soviet Union, your parents had their heyday. Shame that the world today doesn't really treat people like them kindly, is it? That's not something someone like me ought to comment on. However, my parents were just following orders. They opposed the peace agreement and restoration of diplomatic relations because my father believed it was nothing but a blatant betrayal of martyrs who sacrificed their lives in the war, a sugar-coated lie. Sure, but that's all in the past now. No need to waste my time on that rhetoric. I've gone to the meeting to attend. I called you over because I heard you've been putting in good work in the Yellow Zones, pulling strings everywhere, trying to clear your father's name, right? You flatter me. My parents, my father, the allegations against him were completely baseless. Claims like embezzling research funds to support terrorism, those allegations only persist because NSU archives are classified and since my father worked at OKB Smolin, right? You know about it? Look, kid, stop bribing URNC officials. It's pointless. You'll never prove your father's innocent to the URNC or the New Order, or that Griffin Lyons motherfucker. For God's sake, there are simply too many fall guys like your old man, all crying foul play, all trying to clear the names. But if you can somehow prove OKB Smolin actually existed, and that his projects weren't some made-up fantasy, then perhaps Gerard's influence can help him regain his freedom sooner rather than later. I understand. Thank you so much. How can I repay you? Everything. The facility, all the equipment, and the research data in it will take care of everything. Also, I know you've had a hand in arms trafficking. Here's a list you can, can't, and must sell to. No more guesswork from now on. As some might say, the Yellow Zones need some rules. Understood. Do my best. Faced with Rook's outrageous demands, Pavel only bows his head. He knows he stands no chance in the moment. No matter how crass Rook looks, he can easily crush Pavel and the innocent Viola with a mere twitch of his finger. Here's some advice. Start looking at your father's research. There's got to be something unless he really was just an inept, corrupt official. Gerard will give you some startup funds plus surplus equipment seized by the URNC. That said, it would be a mistake to treat this as an investment. Think of it more as the time your father has left. Should you fail to bring back what I want to do, course, I'm afraid you'll really end up an orphan. I won't disappoint you, sir. Alright, you can go now. Let me quickly go over the plan. I'll draw the enemy's attention from the front. Use this chance to circle around and infiltrate the warehouse. All these SF units have control server acting as the root of their management system. Destroy that and they'll be done for. We need to also seek out War Master and Strategist's whereabouts. The War Master will no doubt be in grave shape, but the Strategist undoubtedly has a plan. So long as a sliver of hope remains, the hero shall never give up on their compatriots. Lastly, whatever's inside that server we brought, blowing it up now will surely save us a lot of trouble. Although I appreciate the opportunity to speak with Mr. Pavel. Rescuing Dilu and your comrades comes first. Let's move. Liushih knocks out the several Goliaths moving along their program patrol path, triggering a chain reaction. Taking advantage of whether the automaton's visions are obscured by dust caked aloft, Dushy and Faelynn slip into the base while Liushih plans to how to further draw the enemy's attention. Dushy, Faelynn, everything proceeding as planned? We're in, General. Yes, we're heading toward the warehouse. Now it's up to you to keep their attention off us, Liushih. Got it. Liushih takes a deep breath and pops out of cover. Hey everyone, look over here. Following aperture controls, several light automatons go down instantly. The alerted sentries all direct their guns toward Liushih and immediately start shelling her position. At the same time, Dushy and Faelynn proceed rapidly toward the warehouse's coordinate. In order to remain concealed, they move through the narrow corridor formed by containers. I think I just heard something. Faelynn stops abruptly. Dushy, watch out above! Whoa! Almost as soon as Faelynn shouts out, Dushy Naya raises her rifle and fires. Bang. The bullet punches through the core of an automaton hidden on top of the container before it had time to alert others. Oh, that was close. True to the king, senses gross fox maiden, thou hast thought in the malice mired in Jaddo's nigh. My friend doesn't have that kind of feature. But, again, it fix her ears perplexed. It is kind of strange. Even with Liushih drawing their attention, there are far too few sentries near the warehouse. Who's to say the Demon King's minions shan't find themselves wanting of ammunition? Look, that treasury of the Demon King stands before us. Coming into view is a warehouse looming in the shadows. The two pick up their pace and reach its entrance under the cover of smoke. The electronic lock of the door is flashing red. It's locked. Fox Maiden, step back. Dushy raises her gun and fires at the lock's control panel. As the lock is wrecked, the heavy door creaks ajar, followed by the doors kicking it wide open. Don't move! Hand over our stuff! As well as the War Master and War Mount. Oh. Faelynn sweeps across the warehouse, but the scene of the Pegasus towing the server and panicking Pavel she envisioned is a fleeting illusion. Instead, sunlight pours into the ceiling vents, illuminating drifting dust. Only sounds greets them. Dushy and I freezes awkwardly in place with a gun held in a weird pose. It's empty! Oh no! Despite their lightning-fast reaction, the heavy blast door still slams shut behind them, sealing their way out. Dushy immediately aims at the vent, blasting open an exit with a few shots. At the same time, explosions block beneath their feet. Dushy grabs Faelynn and throws her at the vent, just in time before the floor collapses. Fox maiden, I leave the rest to thee! Wait! Before she can finish, Faelynn sees Dushy fall into a storm of combat automaton empty-handed. Still, Dushy cracks the head unit of one trying to backstab her wide open with an elbow, while sending another one trying to tackle her flying with a kick. Even with the covering fire, Faelynn cannot stop Dushy from the other one being dragged away. She then escapes through the blown open vent onto the roof. Taking advantage of the distraction, she drops a few automatons, giving chase as Liushih waves at her. It was a trap! They got Dushy! I'm coming! Liushih slings her rifle and leans to a sprint. Using a disabled SF doll as a springboard, she hops onto the roof and grabs Faelynn's hand. Together they land back at the warehouse and make sure over the 2 stragglers. We're low on ammo. Let's rescue Dushy and pull out. Yeah, we can't lose her as well. I'll take point, you cover me. After a fierce resistance, Dushy's frame starts to shower sparks from the damage and her joints are overheating. Her skill and specs have kept her going thus far, but the upcoming odds are bound to prevail eventually. The short-haired doll bites her teeth, looking for an opportunity to blast Hail Mary. Just as her arm is about to be torn off, and each is dead-eyed, developed by SF technology suddenly fires. The scorching energy beam instantly vaporizes some of its allies' cores. On the opposite sides, 2 claymores turn their blades on their allies, impaling a bulwark that was tearing Dushy apart, bringing the ladder. The unexpected development feels strangely familiar, and Dushy excitedly utters that finally given nickname. Strategist! The SF dolls do not respond, only gesture for her to follow. You wish for me to follow thee? Lead the way, O strategist! Under the automaton's lead, they fight through several blast doors, ultimately reaching a large open space where Sweeper is being held. Her joints have been disabled, and she is chained down like a caged beast. Oh, War Master, no! Dushy moans and bawls as she drops to her knees, slamming her fist into the ground. But the automaton following her simply walk up, pull out the power cords, and plug them into Sweeper's body. Moments later, the elite SF doll eyes light up once more, and she immediately throws Dushy a sharp look despite her frail state. I'm not dead yet. Get me out of here. Oh, could this very well be the great spell of resurrection? It's called recharging. These units don't have much juice yet. I need to get myself back to... A hail of bullets rains down in their position. The friendly automatons jump into the shield too and are instantly shredded to pieces. Dushy reacts right away, despite not even recognizing the source of inspiration for her next actions. Perhaps such instinctual impulse once came to her in a dream, or rather somewhere deeper in her level 2. She picks up Sweeper's frame by her legs, using the blade protruding from her forehead to impale an enemy automaton's core. What in torment? With her limbs locked in place, Sweeper turns her head around to see her body being swung around like a sword by Dushy and Maya. One after another, enemies are cleaved in half through her combined effort. Don't worry, War Master. We'll fight as one. Who wants to fight as one with you? Just being turned into a baseball bat. Take this! Super Moose Sun's Furies, War Master Hurricane Slash. Oh my god, that's so fucking dumb. Hey, quit spinning around, Dushy. Do you think I'm a boomerang or something? There's an opening at 2 o'clock. Should we try to stage a breakout there? As you wish, War Master. I'll lead you out of this nest of devils.
正常水平罢了，请吩咐。
准备就绪。
正常水平罢了。
Actually, I need to look up something real quick. Oh. Lamau. I missed it entirely. Okay, I'll get it later. Despite the Griffin days being ages ago, Liushih and Faelynn advanced with flawless coordination, covering one another. They pressed forward with maximum efficiency, searching for Dushy's whereabouts. Their effort is soon rewarded as Liushih can be seen breaking through the automatons while swinging Sweeper around. General, Fox Maiden, I found the War Master. Don't swing around like that. Gah! Is she swinging somebody? That's a long story, but she's our comrade. Now, do we retreat or do we keep searching for Delu and the control module? Right, Nixie, where's the server we brought? Phaetusa's working on it, but without Pavel's key, taking over a few units to their absolute limit. There's nothing we can do then. Let's retreat. I have a bad feeling about this, as if we were all part of Pavel's scheme to lure us in. War Master, is the strategy still inside you? Don't worry about that, idiot. And can you put me down first? After a hard-fought breakthrough, those 3 dolls and 1 sword can finally escape, making their way back to the ATVs. We made it. This many skirmishes in one day can prove too much, even for the hero. I can barely fathom the battles the general and the con realm may endure. Could this be because this is the Demon King's lair? We've clashed with Pavel before, but I had no idea he had this many sunless machines. I wonder if we receive outside help or worse. As they converse, Sweeper regains control of her full body and with Liushih's help instantly sits up. Dushy, I will never forget that humiliation I just suffered. War Master, we can still talk this through. Quit messing around. What did you do for Pavel, Nixie? I reactivated that control module for him. That's it. His encryption key mentioned something about Pegasus, a mechanical walker. It's a decent machine, but nothing to write home about. I think he's after what's inside the prototype storage. Logs, data, coordinates, whatever. Even though we've gone this far, I still can't believe that your friend has a sunless doll. Last time we fought alongside them was still under the commander. Hey, please don't forget about me. Nice to meet you, Mr. Liushih. I'm Phaetusa, the commander's favorite, as well as Nixie's manager. Stop popping out randomly. You done with your job or what? Give me some time, okay? I need to get our new friend first. Nice to meet you, Miss Phaetusa. Strategist, what have you been up to? Helping you? Remember those automatons I took control of? I also recorded the entirety of that glorious combination bayonet maneuver of yours. Anyway, we need to recruit fast. I saw in Pavel's plan that his forces are gathered around Miss Liushih's outpost. Only now, Liushih remembers a drug communicator that's been jammed while they were in Pavel's base. A message from Zhisui. Wing Cavalier's outpost has been attacked? Blast it! We must return at once!
将404作为对手，是你们最大的错误。
In the kitchen, Zhisui is full of energy. Busy cooking one dish after another. Yet, all of a sudden, she feels like she's lost all motivation. She unties her apron and steps outside. Sitting by the doorway, she closes her eyes and enjoys the breeze. Winds blowing by to seem to whisper memories of the past. FNC and Spastrov argue over who should rule the cafeteria. Someone jokingly shouts, AK-15 is a true master chef, and everyone bursts into laughter. Zhisui. It's difficult not to say water, but smiles too. Zhisui, what's wrong? Feeling tired? Not at all. So, have you made up your mind? Do we leave and keep looking for the commander? Or do we stick around to make sure everyone here can at least survive? If it's the latter, we need to at least 2 years to build this place up. We won't be able to focus on finding the commander then. Is it really okay to leave the decision up to me? It's your money, of course it's your call. Or were you planning to leave it to me? I want to see the commander. I really do, but whenever I think about what would happen if we left, that these people wouldn't be able to fend off the Elids, that whatever little supplies they could scavenge would be plundered by bandits, I just can't bring myself to leave. I'm sorry, Zhisui, but I must stay. At least until the people of Cliffwatch Town can look after themselves. That's a great call. I'm all for it. But weren't you just reminiscing about Griffin earlier? It's not as if we'll never be able to see everyone again. We're just delaying that day a little longer. Plus, we'll even earn the commander's approval if you help more people out. It's just the right thing to do. I can't really handle this. I'm far from competent, unlike Miss Springfield or 416, who are of such great aid to the commander. Then let's start learning today. Install every management plugin and operations module you can find. But we're just still dolls. Well, people are willing to bear with us now. Do you think they're going to accept our leadership in the long run? If they don't, we'll just leave and go find the commander like we planned from the beginning. Zhisui, you're amazing. It's like nothing phases you. Not at all. I just believe that as long as people can still sit at the same table and eat together, no conflict is too great to resolve. The dining table is a place of warmth. The more people are seated, the warmer it is, provided there's enough food for everyone to feast on. Let's work hard, starting right now, Liushih. First, we need a big enough table, and then we'll fill it with everyone's favorite dishes. If something sad, upsetting, or unbearable happens, we'll smile and settle at the table, together, as one family. I really miss those meals with the commander around. I'm gonna cook up a feast and stuff her full once we find her. Even after some time, Pavel has yet to recover from the anxiety induced by the situation, alarmingly staring at the doll on the ground. For his past self, dolls were nothing more than high-performance machines. No matter how human they act, imitations are what they'll be forever known as. But just a moment ago, in those brief moments before she shut down, this doll evoked in him a sense of dread not even that Rurik Gerard managed. A true sense of dread that encompassed his existence, that what that mere doll might be was his better. Now, that T-doll who evoked that emotion, that inferiority that he undoubtedly felt, lies motionless, her working fluid pouring out like blood and slowly seeping into the ground. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Pavel shivers uncontrollably. Fear and anger mixed into the adrenaline, driving his muscles forward as he raises his gun and makes a beeline towards Zhisui. Enough, big brother. Move aside, Viola. Can't you see? She's already out of order. I won't forgive you if you keep hurting her, even if you're my brother. You've gotten attached to a doll? Have you forgotten? Griffin has always been part of those who dashed Mom and Dad's dream. Those two might have very well served in the as their henchmen back then, but they also saved your life. So now you want to be friends with them again. Even dolls aren't that naive, Viola. There are consequences for betrayal, you know. It's something you'll never outrun for the rest of your life. Since I owe the success of this operation to you, I'll let it slide this time, but I hope you can remember what all our efforts have been for. I know. Get some rest. We got a lot on our plates next. I already found the coordinates of OKB Smolin inside Pegasus Mark I's database. It's not far from here. Once we find the facility and get in touch with the conglomerate, Dad will finally be free. But, brother, that obnoxious old geezer from Gerard, that Rurik, isn't he already dead? Will the conglomerate still need us? Of course not. Nor would they want a crumbling facility in the middle of the yellow zones, unless it was really hiding something extremely valuable, like a secret blueprint or equipment of some sort. However, before he died, all the data the OKB had to offer really piqued Mr. Rurik's interest. A number of high-ranking URNZ officials once held a position there, which means the conglomerate must be looking for the leverage they could use to blackmail them. And if that's not enough, I regret other plans that do not rely on the conglomerate. Brother, did you make deals with someone else as well? With a spoiled rich kid, yes, but at least he's somewhat reasonable. As long as I can prove myself useful, getting Dad's conviction overturned is a piece of cake with his connections. Of course, nothing comes without a price tag. For that, I need enough influence to be seen as worthwhile in the eyes of the conglomerate. Given how fast the NSU fell apart, the introduction lines and manufacturing tools in the OKB must still be intact. Once I've taken control of those, I won't be some random nobody anymore. As long as everything goes according to plan, Cliffwatch will be the first step toward my future empire. And then, I'll stop being a pawn and finally become a player. When that day comes, I'll get to free Dad with my own terms. That's right, I'm a player, not a pawn. I just like the power now. Only the powerless become puppets. When Viola looks at her brother with a heavy heart, it's clear he's trying to convince himself more than his sister. You get it now? I planned everything out. Just listen to your big brother, and we can get our home back. Okay, brother. I'll listen to you. Do whatever you say. Sweeper, Dushy, Faelynn, and Liushih manage to commandeer an off-road vehicle. Driven by Deshavnaya, and with the encouraging Sweeper perched on her shoulders, they head toward the Winged Cavalier's outpost. The terrain quickly proves more challenging to traverse than expected for such a vehicle, especially when compared to the Steel Steed's mobility. Soon, the four ditch the car and continue on foot. The prolonged journey makes Liushih increasingly anxious. She repeatedly attempts to reach Zhisui until the moment contact offline alert pops up. Liushih, who has been leading the group, suddenly drops to her knees. Faelynn and Deshavnaya rush to help her up. Zhisui's signal is gone. Damn it! Does she have backups? Yes, but we've been so busy lately. Zhisui took care of a lot of things in my stead. It's been a while since you last backed up. If her core got destroyed, she'll lose a lot of memories. If only I'd stayed at the outpost. Stop, Liushih. Basti taught me this before. The moment you start thinking of what ifs, there'll never be an end to it. So let's leave that until everything's over. Faelynn. Liushih looks at a doll even smaller than her and nods. Noticing her shivering, Faelynn gently holds her hand. Deshavnaya instead turns around and gives Liushih a motherly embrace. Even with the metallic arm's overwhelming force triggering her pain sensors, Liushih accepts his warmth. Thanks, everyone. What a touching moment. Let's join them, Nixie. Shut up. As if this wasn't your fault if things weren't as if it wasn't your fault that things went up shit creek in the first place. Hey, don't blame me for all this mess, or I'll send that footage of you being used as a Corrosion Dollblade plus 25 to the commander. Don't you dare! Anyway, with our current circumstances, we don't have enough firepower to retake the outpost. The commander said we can call for ammo backups when needed. I think it's the right time to do that. Asking a human for help? That's utter disgrace. Don't you have any pride? In the current situation, even one or two more dolls is all it takes to turn things around. Get us Boy Mestina, and she can handle them all. Well, we can't really rely on Boy Mestina every time. Besides, she's on a mission of her own. Let's call Klukai over. Oh, and as long as we keep the commander in the dark about this, it doesn't count for asking her for help, does it? That works, I guess? While the dolls argued, Liushih's communicator suddenly beeps again. That's a Winged Cavalier's distress signal. Liushih pulls herself through the pain of losing Zhisui in response to the signal. Damn it, this truck is such a pain to drive. Shut up. Keep driving or we'll end up down there. Oh, it's our Hell Raider. Racing at full speed through the mountain road, they see a truck full of doll frames driven by two Winged Cavaliers, mechanics being chased by a horde of elites. Luca! Ivana! It's the boss! Thank God we're saved. Liushih doesn't hesitate and charges straight at the enemies. Faelynn and Deshavnaya immediately follow suit. I'm all out. Sweeper, you're up. perfect timing. I've been itching to do this. Move them all to me.
行动中，正常水平罢了。让你3年。
Oh, we're saved, as expected of the boss and her comrades. Wow, Hell Raider, I've missed you. Stop giving the truck nicknames, you dork. You'll not get upset if it gets blown up. Luca, Ivana, are you alright? Where's everyone else? Realizing there's only 2 of them, Liushih clenches her fists. With anxiety and fear crawling onto her face, she dreads the worst-case response she's about to hear. Everyone's fine. Really? Oh, we need to regroup quickly then. Where are they now? But they all left. Huh? They abandoned you and Zhisui? No, of course not. We didn't want to end up like this either, but when Luca and I proposed we should go find you, someone said there's no way we could win, with our weapons or steeds. Many others agreed. No one wanted to take any further risks, so they just disbanded. I see. See? That's human nature for y'all. When things get tough, they only think of themselves and always run away and hide. All the more so if it's for the sake of a doll. Hey, the one with the blade stuck in your skull. Keep your mouth shut if you ain't got anything nice to say. Every winged cavalier has the utmost respect for our bosses. They were just shaken, afraid. Besides, Ivana and I are still here. As long as we're around, the winged cavaliers still stand. Once we regroup with Boss Zhisui, everything will work out in the end. Who are you calling a knife head? Hey, calm down, you didn't say that. Zhisui. Liushih closes her eyes, reminiscing about the partner who had always stood by her side. She feels as if she has regressed to her old griffin self, unable to do anything without relying on the commander and others. It'll take a lot of time to buy weapons now, maybe hire PMC then. Better yet, let's hire all of them. Right, we need to fix Dushy first. We'll use the best frame available this time. Liushih? But boss, are you okay? I'm fine. I can do this. Even without everyone, I can still do this because I'm not alone anymore. Not alone, huh? Of course, General. What? Seeing her panic, Dushy grabs Liushih's shoulders and forces her to lock eyes. You've still got us. We're all the commander's dolls. The heroes shan't ever abandon their comrades, General. We'll fight as one. Commander's dolls. Right. The commander didn't fight for our freedom just for us to wallow in self-pity. Liushih closes her eyes again, takes a deep breath, and exhales. Dolls have no need to breathe, but her mind naturally imitates the way a certain someone used to find her composure. Let's head back first. We need to confirm Zhishui's condition in an outpost situation. We'll see what we got and decide what to do next.
接下来的目标是
Alright, we're almost there. Let's do these real quick.
Showdown. 下一步，
不要小看玩具设计师的力量哦。
下一步，逃得掉吗？引擎已激活。
行动中，行动中。哼，将404作为对手，是你们最大的错误。
clarion. When the bugle call of the cavalry echoes across the sky, it means that hope is at hand. Oh, the Cliffwatch town mayor. You look familiar. Oh, so the Winged Cavaliers and Mr. Pavel's PMC. I invited you over today because both of you recently proposed your own arrangement regarding Cliffwatch Town's future. As your contributions to the town speak for themselves, I hope we can set aside our differences and work together. We're reaching an ideal consensus here today. Miss Liushih, while the resources and capital at your disposal are impressive, you seem rather inexperienced in matters of management. Your Winged Cavaliers have failed to expand at the same rate as the town's growth. I'm afraid this will only lead to your inability to keep up with increasing security demands in the near future. My PMC, on the other hand, can adapt as needed and form a stable, mutually beneficial relationship with Cliffwatch Town. So, what you're saying is that you want to recruit the town's residents into your PMC, right? I see. My, that's quite ambitious for someone of your age, Mr. Pavel. Oh, they messed up. This is supposed to be Liushih. But how exactly would that benefit Cliffwatch Town? Oh, come on, man. Out of order. Choice. I don't think I need to remind you how rare it is to be able to choose for yourself in the Yellow Zones. Most people spend their days slaving away at the factory. Velas people fish corpses from beneath the ice sheets to survive. And so far, Cliffwatch has survived solely on its old money industry and scavenging scraps. I have the necessary connections to bring major corporate backing. Building a new production line suited to this place is something the Orla conglomerate has been planning to do for a long time. They're just waiting for the right opportunity. When the time comes, I plan to invest arsenals, military academies, and training centers. In return, everyone gets a job and everyone gets to fill their stomach. What do you say, Mayor? That sounds really appealing. Cliffwatch really could use... No, it doesn't, but Mr. Pavel. What? I'll fund Cliffwatch Town. We'll build schools, hospitals, repair roads, and ensure safe passage for all. We all know this place has abundant mineral resources. The refineries from the NSU era only fell out of use because they've been ravaged by elites and vandalized by bandits. I'll restore all of them, secure trade deals with other regions, and bring in more diverse industries. More importantly, all of this will be in the hands of Cliffwatch Town itself. No outsider will have management authority or be able to meddle with any of it. Is this some kind of joke? Do you have any idea how long that'll take for that kind of investment to break even? Yeah, Miss Liushih. What kind of return do you expect from doing that? I don't expect anything in return. You don't need anything? Oh, I see. So money isn't what you're after. Then perhaps you're looking for something more political, say special privileges? The only privilege I want is for you to respect the Winged Cavalier's autonomy. We're here to ensure safe passage through mountain roads. We don't need anything else. We will not force conscription either. Anyone who genuinely wants to join is free to come whenever they want, as well as leave whenever they want. Well then, Miss Liushih, let's take a short break first. Sure, okay. Liushih nods calmly, completely unsuspecting of any schemes at play while the mayor and Pavel step outside. The moment they leave the room, the mayor turns to Pavel with a bitter expression. Mr. Pavel? While I'd really love to support a conglomerate, no offer, no matter how good it is, can compete with something that's literally free. If money can't change the people's minds, what about fear? Then it would have to be something so petrifying that it would paralyze even the bravest of us. I doubt you can achieve that. Miss Liushih has done so much for the people of Cliffwatch these past 2 years that we trust her almost unconditionally. She knows every resident by name, and she personally helped every single one of them. And no, it's not all about her wealth. She would attend every single one of our weddings, funerals, laugh and cry with us. Most of us have already forgotten she's even a doll. Why don't you just say what you want to say, Mr. Mayor? Our very choice will disappoint the conglomerate, and Cliffwatch Town will miss the opportunity for prosperity. What a foolish choice. Maybe she still has money now, but her purse will eventually run dry. Have you ever considered what to do then? Well, just follow me, Mr. Mayor. You need to think rationally for the sake of the town. Get it? Rationally. That's why the URNC appointed you, don't you think? Back inside, Liushih sits neatly, smiling at the two men's return. Miss Liushih, we've definitely seen what you're capable of, but may I ask one thing? Why are you doing all this? To free this place from poverty. I'm content as long as Cliffwatch Town becomes a wonderful place for people to call home. A home? That's it? That's it? Huh? I don't know where your luck or money came from, but you're a complete joke. What makes you say that, Mr. Pavel? You think humans are like dogs? Feed them and become loyal? See you as a friend through idol their hero? Well, I never thought of it that way. I already have a hero. No one can replace her. That's because you know jack shit about humans. You're just keeping them hooked with food, water, and shelter. The moment you fail to deliver on any of that, they'll turn your backs and leave you behind. No matter how much you've done for them, no matter how grateful they seem now, eventually their own interests will become the priority, and all they can think about is how I haven't given them enough. At that point, a little temptation, a little coercion, is all it takes for them to betray you, backstab you, and leaving you with nothing. You know, if that happens, I'll quietly take my leave. After all, I never considered this is where my journey ends. Mayor, you said she laughed and cried alongside you, but that's just her programmed responses. She never truly felt those emotions. See how she can just walk away and leave everything behind, despite seemingly having poured her heart and soul into it? Because it's all meaningless to her at the end of the day. And when you lose everything, Miss Liushih, I bet you won't feel a thing either. I doubt you will ever understand what home truly means, no matter how much you wax lyrical about it. Mayor, I'll be going now. Okay, digger. Jumping onto the truck, the group returns to the Winged Cavalier's outpost. To their surprise, Pavel is nowhere to be found. He merely stripped the outpost of all turrets, equipment, and weapons in the arsenal, leaving behind a barren and empty base. So certain that no one would bother to stick around afterwards, or thinking that the remaining Cavaliers posed so little without the trusted steeds, Pavel simply left with all his men. Damn it. They even took everything from the workshop, those vultures. All those years of hard work. Where's Liushih? She's in the command room. But she's not letting one in because of boss Zhisui. Those bastards. I'll never forgive Viola or that bastard Pavel. Faelynn hesitates for a moment before pulling out her communicator and dialing a familiar contact. Sorry, Liushih and everyone. I'll have to make the call for us all. Even if that embarrasses the Infernal Master, I can't let Liushih suffer like this. Yeah, Faelynn? What's up? Basti, I have to tell Master something. Is it about Liushih and the scummy PMC guy? Yeah. It's about Liushih and the scummy... Wait, you already know? Dushy and Phaetusa were on call with Darling for at least an hour and a half. I heard them asking for permission to send out DEFY on floor 4 to level the entire town of Cliffwatch or something. Where have you been? After receiving data transmitted by Dushy and Phaetusa, I tasked Lorelei, Leva, and Helen with digging up more intel on the matter. With data obtained by Phaetusa and Sweeper to support our findings, Leva achieved a breakthrough. Project Pegasus, one of the many NSU military R&D programs that were eventually scrapped after its merger with the URNC. Enough units to equip 11 platoons were produced, all low-rate initial production models. Each troop has 1 leader paired with 32 dummies. Of the 11 troops, 10 were written off or already disposed of. Only one's whereabouts are currently unknown. The project was entirely led by OKB Smolin in a covert facility and unlisted any NSU registries. Some of the numerous projects, including but not limited to the various models of mechanical walkers like the Pegasus, armored vehicles, and helicopters, none have any combat recorded history. As for the lead designer of OKB Smolin, his doctor is Dr. Nikolai Smolin. He was a strong advocate for incorporating SF tech into the NSU military. His wife helped him complete the research on his many programs, including the Pegasus. Ultimately, the NSU became part of AURNC before the fruits of his labors even saw service. Everything related to OKB Smolin was erased from the archive, including the facility's location. Mr. and Mrs. Smolin were later arrested in charge of political corruption. On the surface, he's a dissident who's conspired against the government, embezzled research funds, and misappropriated state property. But those are all, of course, trumped-up charges based solely on testimony and with little to no evidence to back them up. Dr. Smolin was merely a scapegoat for those powerful figures who had taken the wrong side during the internal political strife at the time. They used him to erase any ties they had with the old Soviet military. After his arrest, all his property was made forfeit, and his children seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. While serving a sentence, numerous testimonies from his former students and colleagues led to repeated extensions of his term. So, Pavel and Viola are Mr. Smolin's... Viola as well. And obvious, Pavel Smolin, a mere PMC operator and underground broker, couldn't have rapidly risen to such prominence in this region of the Yellow Zones without ample support from the Gerard Group. Of course, he reciprocated the conglomerate's favor by playing a major role in expanding its influence up the region. He's been on quite a toll going around the Yellow Zones. The fact that he's so utterly obsessed with Cliffwatch Town and Liushih's ponies only could mean one thing. Cliffwatch Town was originally most likely a closed city, housing administrative and research facilities on KB Smolin, which explains why Liushih found the Pegasus in the vicinity and located inside Pegasus' data storage are. Coordinates for the main production facility of OKB Smolin. You're saying that Pavel did all this to clear his father's name? And that's why he's picking on Liushih and the others? It's not hard to see why. Liushih and her pink cavaliers are a force of justice and righteousness. Do you think she would allow the conglomerate to sully the town she's done everything to protect? Well, I definitely wouldn't. Besides, even if he can't save his father right away, Pavel is most definitely planning to take advantage of the machinery and equipment left in the facility to build an even more powerful army to rule over the Yellow Zones. At that point, he would have no choice but to strengthen his ties with the conglomerate, just like George from Akosh. Liushih is an obstacle he will have to face sooner or later. Right, Master. Can you give us Liushih some comforting? She's been through a lot. Darling's comforting can be really dangerous. If Liushih's neural cloud is bricked, the fault will lie with you, Faelynn. Hey, can we stop the melodrama? But indeed, it's not yet time for me to get involved. If she were still a member of Griffin, a subordinate of mine, I'd make sure to reassure her right away. None to be in such a hurry, is there? Oh, you bet some are gonna get the wrong idea if the commander starts being too kind to one specific doll. She's a leader herself now. She should rely on her own subordinates rather than me in times like these. But everyone's already left. Only Zhisui, Luca, and Ivana are still here. You mean it should be us to comfort her instead? Call me naive or whatever, but I still have faith in those people. Let's wait a little longer. Dushy, I'll have Mei Ling on call to assist with Zhisui's repairs. The operation is in your capable hands. Gotcha. The hero will surely bring the Khan back from the pink of health. The Khan? Phaetusa? God, I love how everybody was like, what the fuck? What do you mean Khan? Genghis Khan? Phaetusa, the airborne beacon will soon be in range to support you, ETA 12 hours. We contact the bugs to adjust the signal. Okie dokie. That means we can chat with little Zoe too. Faelynn, I'll leave Liushih to you. If the situation becomes too much to handle, the closest backup being called is Hyde 404 Team B. Yes, Master. With help from Phaetusa, Dushy works on Zhisui's injuries. According to this engineer called Mei Ling, someone hastily patched up Zhisui's body after she was critically damaged, preventing her core from suffering irreversible degradation. Liushih can only think of one person who could have and would have done that. Despite both Faelynn and Dushy wanting to comfort her, Liushih still requests that she and Zhisui be left alone until the latter wakes up. Zhisui, it's just you and I again. Just like when Griffin dissolved, or when I left the Lius. I've always wanted a home, but what even is a home exactly? She closes her eyes and holds her partner's hand. Over the years, she had long buried her old vulnerable self and carried on with a sense of duty strong enough to bear the weight of everyone's lives. But even after everything they'd been through, this was still far too excruciating for her to bear. So when Zhisui, someone who had always supported and encouraged her unconditionally, was around, she felt as if she could indulge in some of the lackadaisical whimsy she had 10 years ago. After Miss Liu passed, her inheritance was bequeathed to me. But living alone in that huge mansion got very lonely. So I hired other dolls to keep me company despite being a doll myself. Ridiculous, just ridiculous. That's how I ended up joining Griffin, fighting alongside the commander and their comrades, and even joining Squad Puzzle. Even though there was no shortage of painful and frightening experiences, every day I spent there was happy and fulfilling. And then everyone was gone, and the empty Griffin became terrifying. The bright halls once filled with laughter and joy became darker and somber. Only my footsteps echoed through them. It was scary. It was to escape that fear, that unease, that I came to the Yellow Zone. I thought I found the others just like me, people who were also afraid of loneliness and longed for a home. A single crystal clear droplet falls on Zhisui's hand, and Liushih, holding back her sobs, murmurs sorrowfully. I never wanted any gratitude. I never thought I'd need the commander's praise either. What hero, what great deeds, it's all so surreal to me. I'm simply passing on what I was given, to those that are in need. Isn't that the right thing to do? But, Zhisui, at least please don't leave me. Please don't betray me. Don't lie to me. Don't leave me alone in the dark. You really are a crybaby, Liushih. Ugh! Zhisui. The sudden response startles Liushih. She looks up to see Zhisui wearing a redesigned style. You're fine now! Yeah, it's getting a little noisy for naps. Man, you guys just won't give me a break. Noisy? Can't you hear it? If not, listen more closely. Surely you can hear it. What? Following Zhisui's words, Liushih quietly closes her eyes. Perhaps because she had been so deeply focused earlier, her auditory module had filtered out all external sounds. But now, Liushih hears it, a faint hum. It's the hymn of the Winged Cavaliers. See the Winged Cavaliers arrive, coming down the mountainside. Shining armor and wings, death from above, make their enemy kneel. Everyone's back? But why are there so many more voices? Well, why don't you take a look at yourself? Liushih helps Zhisui's newly repaired body up to her feet. Together they step outside. Greeting the dolls is an unprecedented scene of the night illuminated by flashlights and torches. Hundreds of people carrying large quantities of weapons, munitions, supplies are converging on the Winged Cavalier's outpost. What's this? Oh, General God, you've wakened from your long slumber. The common folk have grasped your right to bear arms, joining the hero's great army. Boss, it's all our comrades. They didn't run away. They realized we didn't stand a chance against Pavel outnumbered 15-1 back then, so they went around the neighboring towns, delivering speeches and gathered as many like-minded folks as they could. But be it guards from the Cliffwatch town or merchants who had received the Cavalier's help, they all came after hearing what happened to Boss Zhisui. We got over 140 people now, and more yet to follow. Even the mayor has come. They all said the Cavaliers had always looked after the people of Cliffwatch. Naturally, they couldn't just stand by and watch us disband. They even brought all the weapons, supplies, and vehicles they could find. Huh. What? This many? Ugh, yeah, am I supposed to cook for all of them? Liushih staggers from shock and slumps to the ground beside Zhisui. Before their eyes lies a scene with great hustle and bustle, not unlike a night market. People from not just Cliffwatch, but also various surrounding settlements, camps, and villages have also gathered here. You know what they say about Yellowzone residents? They always be packing something, whether a gun or a whole rocket launcher. I always thought that was just a Cliffwatch thing, but it turns out that's like that everywhere. Equipment, supplies, and ammo pile into a small hill in the middle of the outpost. Despite most of it being obsolete, it still serves to hint that Cliffwatch's past is a military facility. The Cavaliers can thus change into the new gear and new weapons. There are 30 men with combat experience wishing to fight alongside us. But to put everyone in danger because of me. Miss Liushih, this isn't just your fight anymore. Mr. Mayor, if Pavel takes over, he'll surely forge closer ties with the conglomerate. Considering its relations with the settlements have only deteriorated after the Mikosh incidents, it won't be long before violence becomes the only way to settle things. Cliffwatch Town isn't exactly the most well-off settlement out there, but thanks to you, it has enjoyed a relatively peaceful time these past years. We've come to appreciate and value that peace more and more. Miss Liushih, you once said you wish for this place to become a beautiful home, but you also said you'll leave sooner or later. Indeed, Mr. Mayor. Well then, Miss Liushih, do you know what home means? It means a place you can always return to at any time for any reason. I understand now. Thank you. Zhisui, Liushih, Master told me to update you on Pavel and Viola's info. The commander. She found out what's going on here? Yeah, Master said she trusts you to know what to do, and that you'll definitely come out on top. Is that so? If that's what the commander said. Upon hearing Faelynn's news, a complex expression crosses Liushih's face. She pauses to reflect, then nods to Zhisui. After asking Dushy of Naya to help prop up her comrade, she walks into the crowd. Everyone, thank you for risking your lives to stand with us in our darkest hour. The Winged Cavaliers were never about waging wars. The dream we longed for had always been riding our steeds freely, not worrying about welfare, and meeting new friends on the hilltops of Cliffwatch. We want prosperity for all, not just ourselves. Wealth for one is wealth for none. Hence why we've always shared our friends, our comrades, our families, so that happiness may find us all. We do not take from others, but if someone tries to plunder what belongs to us, or to our companions, we will fight back, but not because we want to become greedy, selfish, or unscrupulous as they are, nor because that is the only way to survive. And now, I've made the call to attack Mr. Pavel's forces, to thwart his plans, and to keep our homes safe from anyone who dares to try to lay their hands on it. The crowd erupts in cheers. Liushih organizes the original Cavalier members and the veteran volunteers into corresponding squads while distributing the equipment and supplies as needed. Yo, Boss Zhisui, it's meal o'clock. What? You want a freshly discharged patient to cook for you? If not you, who else? We even took all we had in the freezer. The only thing left is what Boss Liushih made last night. Hey, how dare they? I only messed up that one dish. Anyway, do your best and get some rest. We'll head up in 1 hour. Hearing the Thunderburst cheers, Liushih smiles and wipes the tears off the corner of her eyes. She turns around and notices Zhisui arguing with Dushy about which ingredients to use for cooking, then suddenly asks her, Zhisui, do you remember who patched you up? It was Viola, and I think I heard her say something to me. What did she say? She said that we can't win. I suppose she meant well. We can't exactly betray her brother, but she can't exactly betray her brother, but didn't want us to get hurt either. However, how will we know unless we try? Circlement. The light of the flame dyes the pitch-black mountain path a bloody red. But the prey sees as chaos is nothing but the net cast by the predator, Hunter's Cage. Using the cords extracted from Dilu, Pavel and Viola lead all their subordinates, a massive force of SF automatons and various automated bots, deep into the darkness of an abandoned mining tunnel on horseback. Although they encountered Elids along the way, all were torn to shreds the instant they poked their heads out of their wedged holes. These feeble creatures stood no chance against such a massive force. Pavel is, however, quite pleased by the presence of Elids. Since no world exists wherein these creatures could coexist with humanity, the presence of such a horde alone indicates that its objective had likely never been discovered by someone else. I see. Abandoned mining tunnel marked as hazardous. That would certainly keep but the most suicidal idiots from wandering into here. Hey boss, these horses are incredible. They even come in with built-in radiation sensors and emergency evasion systems. They were designed as frontline military hardware. Features like those are a given. No, brother. Those features were specifically added by Big Sis Liushih because she was worried about everyone's safety. Even Dad's magnum opus, they only became such gentle steeds because everyone in the Cavaliers kept testing and improving upon what Dad started. Viola, I understand that you value loyalty and friendship, but it's time for you to let go of those dolls and the winged Cavaliers. Even if we did nothing, those two wouldn't last long in today's world, not with that naivety. There are only two things you can put your trust in, family and power. While Pavel is lecturing Viola, the recon team reports back with an update. Several dolls leading a crowd are rapidly approaching from 6 o'clock. Pavel is baffled. He didn't expect Liushih and Zhisui to allow these men to charge into what effectively is certain death. After quickly weighing his options, he gives a hand signal. Set up an ambush on the outer perimeter, wipe him out, then let anyone inside. Piece of cake, boss. Just don't forget about overtime pay. Of course, I'll triple the bonus. Oh, I'd have to shot the president for that kind of money. Now get your asses going, rookies. Some of his automatons will take your orders from now on, but if combat losses exceed 30% as per our contract, you'll be liable for compensation. So don't expect any bonuses if that happens. Yeah, it's just a dozen winged cavaliers without their steeds. Relax, we won't get your toys damaged. Indeed, Miss Liushih, you may hold wealth of more than I ever have, but you don't understand how to use humans. More importantly, what the fuck? But you don't understand how to use humans. More importantly, you don't know when it's time to discard them and do so without hesitation. They're here! Everyone fall back behind cover. Tishmanaya, Faelynn, Zhisui, I'm counting on you. No problem, you can focus on commanding. The forces of chaos may outnumber us, but the power of courage and friendship are on our side. Hark, for victory shall prevail for the forces of good! Even if we stand to win, the casualties will be severe. The enemy still holds an overwhelming numerical advantage despite reinforcements from Cliffwatch Town. Miss Liushih, as discussed earlier, we need to hold position until the airborne beacon arrives. Until then, preventing them from retreating back into the tunnel is all you need to do. Please try drawing as many of Pavel's men and mechanical units under the open as possible, especially the sunless machines, the more the better. Understood. Observing the commander's stratagems had always been a hobby of mine. Now the time has come for me to employ the very same tactics. Before Zhisui and I left Griffin, Professor Pretiel once told me, a certain possibility is blooming within the neural clouds of dolls who once served under a commander like you. Now, it's time to put that possibility to the test. I'm sure everyone can do it. Alright. You want me to use stratagem? Alright, if you believe in me.
命令我。
Let me snipe one of these guys.
小心，接下来才是重头戏。我在呀，
为您服务。
大扫除时间。
正常水平罢了。
我在呀，大扫除时间。来一起玩耍吧。
正常水平罢了。
让你3年。命令我。现在逃走可来不及了。
Intense gunfire tears through the silent night. Mobile flashes illuminating the dark mountain road with a dim crimson glows. Despite their bolstered numbers and high morale, the lack of heavy weaponry and the absence of the steel steeds placed the cavaliers in a difficult spot. It's only thanks to Dushy's pinpoint marksmanship, Faelynn's high-risk hit-and-run maneuvers, and Liushih's deliberate positioning of the humans toward the rear that the frontline even manages to hold. These idiots! Get off the horse if you can't ride. What are you even doing? Now's the time to rant. There's too many SF units on the flank. We can't hold any longer. Don't let them encircle us. The general is under fire. Go under your hand, Khan. Leave this to us. Zhisui nods and looks at Liushih's squad, apparently enduring heavy bombardment from the front. In that moment, Liushih is still trying to draw the enemy fire while covering her comrades, using precise shots to pick off approaching hostiles whenever the opportunity presents. Understood. You two hold the line. The hero would never fall to such paltry strategist, what are you doing? That's the number 3 in the commander's most adorable poses tier list as rank. Perhaps for the first time ever, Bishop Naya stares at someone else with a look of utter confusion that is usually reserved for when others look at her. Phaetusa stands fully upright and gazes at the canopy above, her feet together, both arms raised sky high at an angle. What the fuck? Bishop Naya watches blankly until a bullet knocks Phaetusa to the ground, snapping the doll back to her senses with a squeal. Phaetusa, what are you doing? Testing the signal. The beacon should be here any second now. Dear Nixie, cease the distractions. Didn't I tell you before that you couldn't control those things machines when your clearance level was too low? Why are you bringing that up now? Put me in the pilot seat already, a little foxy there to get overrun. Faelynn's doing fine. You should start trusting your own comrades more, you know? You're the odd one here, Nixie. After I took over several Samus machines myself, I realized the problem wasn't that your clearance level was too low, but rather the designation of sweeper simply doesn't exist in the database. In other words, they saw you as just another machine running the OGAS protocol, nothing more. So strictly speaking, you were never officially part of SF. What? Oh my, Nixie. Always rambling about saying this and saying that. My, how could we let such fervent proclamations be fictitious? So up next, I'm going to directly inject the existence of Sweeper into their mind. You can do that? With the beacon's massive bandwidth and everyone aboard the Elmo helping out? Yeah. Don't believe me? Just watch. Having completed her overclocking instantly, Phaetusa sends a powerful pulse that every doll present gets sent rippling across the battlefield. Suddenly, all machines utilizing Samus technology freeze in place. Scouts fall out of the sky, while Aegis laying down, suppressing fire at something that's not moving. Following several seconds of uncanny silence, they turn toward Phaetusa. At the very moment, Phaetusa hands control of the body over to Sweeper. Now, my dear Nixie, it's showtime! Ugh. She lifts her head and sees Samus automatons kneeling reverently like subjects before a monarch. Even one of Pavel's mercenaries being sent tumbling from his stead for taking a shot to the knee doesn't elicit a reaction in them. Sweeper steps forward, glances over the kneeling Samus subjects, and flashes a cryptic smile. Phaetusa, you truly know what pleases my heart so. Fuck! I'll throw in the SF garbage. Figure, shouldn't have trusted outdated junk to begin with. And its horses, why is the performance so shit? What good is performance if you can't use it well? Gah! The mercenary hastily draws his pistol, only to be kicked flying in an instant after Sweeper easily closed the distance. The doll moves like a waltz dancer, effortlessly weaving through the hail of bullets as she knocks the mercenaries off their steeds one after another. Just as the other mercs attempt to rush into support, they finally find themselves like fish in a barrel, as the entire SF force has turned their weapons on their former allies. You know, I've got good news and bad news. The bad news is, your heads will be rolling immediately should you not surrender. And the good news? The Sweeper tilts her head and smiles innocently. The good news is, the horsies are cute, so they'll be spared.
你满足的表情，比什么都令我兴奋。
After capturing Pavel's subordinates and turning down most of Samus' automatons against Sweeper's will, the Dolls proceed deeper into the mine, flanked only by 2 Aegis units. According to the POWs, Pavel barely has any guards with him, but there's no telling what trouble he might still stir up inside OKB. One may so easily lose their heads in such a treasonous maze. For that, I say, follow in the hero's steps and turn right at every crossroad. No need for that, I'll keep track. Liushih, permission to open fire the moment we take contact. Open fire. There are enemies. They're our enemy now. They also did terrible things to Zhisui, didn't they? Yes. General Liushih, what's wrong? I think she's keeping something to herself. Is it Viola? To face a former comrade in the battlefield, to have to make the order for their lives is a choice none ordinary folk can make. However, heed this well. No matter what you choose, Fox Maiden and I will have your back. Say, throw Pavel to the umpire and just let justice be his arbiter. Justice? There's no such thing in the Yellow Zones. While I do despise betrayal, had Viola not stepped in, I would have lost all precious memories I share with everybody. So, as long as we can stop them from making further mistakes and get D-Loot back, there's no need to worry about my feelings on the matter, Liushih. Huh. That's how your weeklies get traveled over. Someone like that will only come back and backstab you if they're spared. You need to rip out the problem completely, roots and all, if you wish to protect those who follow you. Yeah, I just really need to consider how to deal with Mr. Pavel and Viola. Liushih ponders. In the past, whenever bandits were caught, she usually handed them over to the local leader. Punishments differ from place to place, and the Yellow Zones as a whole neither have time nor resources to waste on humanitarian considerations. Thus, hard labor or execution usually awaits the convicted criminals. But the actions of Pavel took against the Winged Cavaliers will be a difficult arbitration for the mayor, given both sides' military strength is far greater than that than Cliffwatch Town. Of course, the Winged Cavaliers are undoubtedly the victims, be it to get back at him or rid herself of a potential threat. Liushih has every right to shoot Pavel dead on the spot. But could that really be considered justice? Just as Zhisui told Dushy of Naya, justice is an obsolete concept in the Yellow Zones, but there's no agreed upon definition of what justice is, only one's own beliefs. Can I really make the call? Had Dushy, Faelynn, and I not chased after D-Loot recklessly, maybe the outpost wouldn't have fallen. How's that even your fault? Pavel was right. I was never trained to be a leader, nor am I too bright when it comes to schemes and myriad manipulations. I've only made it this far through sheer luck and imitating what the commander did. Do I really have the right to determine someone else's fate? Liushih. Sorry for spouting such discouraging words at a time like this. Liushih shakes her head, signaling to everyone that she's made up her mind. At the very least, she understands she shouldn't shake everyone else's resolve at a time like this. But the bewilderment that renders her heart asunder stays her feet, and before she realizes, Liushih has fallen behind the group. Suddenly, one of 2 Aegis units turns toward her and poses a question filled with concern. Feeling lost? Yeah. Liushih answers with her eyes glued to the floor. Who was she even speaking to? She had in the mind. For some reason, she felt herself unravel upon hearing that voice. Words, feelings, thoughts that she couldn't even muster the courage to speak aloud to her longtime partner Zhisui, they all left her lips. I was never a remarkable doll to begin with. I only came to Cliffwatch Town in search of the commander, only assumed leadership following memories of how she led us back in Griffin. But haven't you done an excellent job so far? Nothing I achieved was particularly special. All I've done this whole time was merely chasing her shadow. Whenever I ran into trouble, I always thought to myself, well, what would she have done if she were here? That's how I've made it this far. But I'm not her after all. I lack a composure when faced with despair, so I'll probably never escape my own cowardice. Upsetting, isn't it? Yeah, very, very upsetting. When I still had the commander to rely on, I never imagined that I would one day struggle with something like this. Liushih turns her gaze to the Aegis beside her, revealing a rare expression of vulnerability. She seems to have completely forgotten about this model of Aegis is not even equipped with a neural cloud capable of conversation, which means someone was obviously remote controlling it in order to speak through it. She was beside herself with hesitation, without the mind to even consider such a notion. Indeed, it was insignificance incarnate in the face of enthralling comfort that she felt reverberating within her neural cloud and then and there. So what did it matter? There's no person on earth who doesn't struggle with such things. The more one shoulders, the stronger that fear becomes. It's the same for everyone. Even the commander? Liushih sounds a little disgruntled. She doesn't want to hear anything negative about her. Even objective words feel 1,000 times more offensive than insults directed at herself. She stares at the Aegis and gradually registers the unease she sort of felt from the get-go. Wait, hold on a minute. There's no such thing as a decision that's 100% correct. A decision made means uninnumerable unmade. Terrifying, no? In such times, finding the right path requires you to rely on others, be it your companions, the information you hold, or even your faith in yourself. Say, imagine you do not want to fight back against Pavel. Then this place, the Cliffwatch town, will become nothing but a factory producing SF war machines. Here, consider another possibility. Kill Pavel. Will that solve the problem? Or will the conglomerate send someone even worse? I guess you're right, Commander. Finally, Liushih can feel warm tears welling up in the corner of her eyes. That title had always been deeply buried anchor, securing her neural cloud, a shining beacon that guided her through the countless cold nights. It's really you, right? I'm not dreaming, right? Yeah, it's me. Long time no see. Oh, I'm sorry, Commander. After all this time apart, I wanted you to see the doll I've become capable of standing on her own. But now I'm... No need to apologize, Liushih. Listen to me first, though, alright? I've read a lot about Cliffwatch Town, as well as the Wing Cavalier's every single deed. You figured out the proper way to help people at the Yellow Zone before me. You weren't imitating anybody. You found the right path through your own means. That's honestly fucking incredible. Commander, that's not the case. I still doubt myself all the time. To be without doubt is folly. It would never be a sign of weakness. In fact, it only goes to show how deeply you treasure your companions. Regrettably, such struggles will always exist. Commander, have you always struggled with these things? Don't tell me that you think you're the only one with whoever questioned whether you hold the right to dictate others' fate, you know. So, when you struggled in the past, have I ever served as a source of strength for you? Jesus Christ, man. I can't even begin to count how many times I drew strength from all of you. It's entirely why I'm still moving forward today. Then, can I count on you to be my strength now? I will do everything I can. Liushih takes a deep breath. By the time her head is raised again, the confusion that plagued her eyes has all but dissipated, replaced by an unwavering determination. The person who gave her guidance 10 years ago will once more give her a reason not to falter. That's all I needed to hear. I'll believe in myself, just as I believe in what my commander said. Despite doubt and fear, determined we press on. Right after the dolls break through the door that Pavel went through earlier, the surrounding space suddenly brightens up. Evidently, Pavel had just restored power. The dolls gaze upon the vast interior of the former NSU's secret facility. Scattered throughout the enormous industrial pieces of equipment, along with the wreckages of sentry robots. Master was right. Most of the machinery here was sealed away before it could be relocated. This is child's play compared to the real SF forges, but I guess it's better than whatever the dolls community's got. Mr. Pavel went through all that trouble to seize dealer to find this place. It's only 40 clicks out from Cliffwatch Town. Strange I'd never heard anyone mention this place. The NSU built a dozen secret sites exactly like this after World War III. They were to be centralized and protected shelters for operation, R&D, and the medical personnel. Those who worked on this would most likely lived in Cliffwatch Town. After the Psychon abandoned and the original staff reassigned, the empty buildings above were discovered and occupied by vacant squatters, though I doubt anybody even knew about this by then. Liushih and I were baffled about when we first arrived in Cliffwatch Town as well. Everyone living there had migrated from elsewhere. No one knew about the town's origins. We just thought the original residents were all killed by healers or bandits. Turns out they just moved out. Yo, Liushih, I found Dilu's footprints. They lead further in. Alright. Stay vigilant, everyone. Mr. Pavel is a formidable opponent, so don't let your guard down. News of all his subordinates being taken prisoner and the complete destruction of his corporal Baxong's formation reaches Pavel. Such an overwhelming sense of defeat leaves a searing mark deep in his heart as he's been branded. Fortunately, he still has the intoxicating dream of the imminent promised victory to dull the burning pain from that whiplash. Pavel turns his attention back to the terminal before him. After multiple long-winded restart attempts, he and Viola finally succeed in awakening a decade-old machine from its slumber, restoring most of its factory's functions. During their hasty evacuation, the Soviets left more in OKB Smolin than just Pegasus and the machinery. There are also several combat mechs that were never completed or couldn't be relocated. Though putting those to use would normally require an operator, Pavel has his own ways of harnessing their power. As such, when Doll's encroaching footsteps echo in the distance, Pavel mounts Dilu with an almost delighted smile. He turns to his youngest sister and removes the pendant hanging from his neck. Viola, take this. I just transfer all the valuable data into the key. Big brother, this is... I will win this, but if something ever happens to me, hand this key over to that person. He'll ensure your safety on account of the intel inside it. Big brother? Let's just leave, brother. What could be more important than saving Dad? It's not that simple, Viola. Rurik Gerard, who I'm struck a deal with, is already dead. No one can guarantee that the conglomerate will still honor its promises. And no one can guarantee the data will really buy our old man his freedom either. But we worked so hard for this. That's exactly why we cannot let our efforts go to waste. OKB Smolin is in much better shape than I expected. This place holds enormous potential. I can easily build the most formidable private military in the Yellow Zones within 5 years if I can control this place. When that time comes, I have the right to bargain with anyone I choose. Didn't I say I wanted to be a player, not a pawn? What I'm doing is to seize the dice in my own hands while leaving you with a last lifeline. But that means fighting Big Sis Liushih and Zhisui until the bitter end. Then they only have themselves to blame. I already spared their lives once, yet they refuse to back down and even chase us all the way here. Same story with Griffin a decade ago. That Griffin Leon's used Dad and the others as stepping stones to the heights he enjoys today. The only thing left to us is this factory right in front of our eyes. I will never let Griffin dolls or enemies take this place from me. Dad would have agreed with me. I checked earlier. The self-destruct system is still in working order, but there's only one way out using our key. You must survive, Viola. You're the only person who cannot die today. You can't either, brother. Why does it have to come to this? Big Sis Liushih and Zhisui are good people. I know you like them, Viola. You're too kind for this world. You won't last long in a yellow zone like that. We've already saved enough money. Go live in a green zone after this. I don't like those dolls. I just can't live without you. Don't worry. I'm only saying this so you can understand my resolve, Viola. I'm not going to lose in the very first place. Because not even Miss Liushih knows the true power of this Pegasus. Pavel tilts his head and stares at the approaching dolls. Dilu steps forward, shielding Viola behind her. The girl glances at Zhisui apologetically before lowering her head. You know, when I was just a kid, I knew jack about my parents' identities or ideals, but I loved playing games and dreamed of becoming a hero. I got obsessed for a while with becoming a military contractor. I thought it was just the coolest job ever. It's all about freedom, justice, helping people out, and playing with guns whenever you want. Sounds like that last part was what mattered most. It was then I learned about Griffin. Funnily enough, I always saw you as heroes. Even though Griffin's most outstanding units consisted entirely of dolls and a commander, I still found it completely fascinating. That admiration lasted so long that even after learning about you driving General Carter to his downfall, I never developed that much hatred for Griffin, even despite my parents being his subordinates. It's just I never expected the one standing in my way to still be that same Griffin. Are there really no more heroes left in this world? There's still room to talk between us, Mr. Pavel. I could help save your father. No, there isn't. I must hand everything over to the conglomerate. Only when they start using the tech discovered in OKB Smolin will my father get his appeal and eventually be released. Besides, while I don't hate your kind, I despise you specifically, Liushih. Me? This man ain't normal. Who the hell would hate a generous sugar? Because despite possessing all the wealth a man could ever desire, this doll still pursues ideals humanity has long since abandoned. It's as if she's screaming into my ears that the world itself isn't hopeless and doomed, but rather it is I who became scared, rotten to its core. I mean, she ain't wrong. If you truly wish to help us, then please just turn around and fucking leave. Can you do that, Miss Liushih? I could even beg you, please let me choose my own path. Unfortunately, Mr. Pavel, I can't go along with that this time. Your path would only bring misfortune to Cliffwatch Town and make life in the Yellow Zones more agonizing. If you alone had chosen to walk that path, I would have gladly let you see what awaited its end. However, there are others with you, and as the commander's T-Doll, I can't stand by and watch. Huh. Of course you'd say that. No matter how many times people like you will always say that. I will defeat you and put a stop to your plan, Mr. Pavel. But it doesn't mean I hate you. There will be many more like you standing before me and the commander, enemies with their own bitter grievances. I'll defeat every single one of you and keep moving forward, feeling neither hatred nor regret while doing so. Because I won't let people like you dictate who I am. Pavel stares in disbelief at the doll before him. She has become a completely different person than before. Realizing he can no longer shake her resolve, Pavel switches to his other approach. Pegasus? The steel steed's eyes glow blood red. Almost simultaneously, the surrounding mechs scream back to life, raising their barrels at the dolls. An aura befitting of the final boss! I'm so hyped! It's not time. Give us cover! Oh, I didn't expect. Dilu can control more than just the steel steeds. Did the military manage to reverse engineer the SF Hive network? I told you, the Pegasus isn't your average walker. It's got everything a command platform would need, designed to be issued to elite dolls with full-on command modules, a true force multiplier on the battlefield. Every weapon is still operational in its factory under its command now, and there are quite a few of them. With the Pegasus, I don't need anyone by my side to wage a war. Just a little longer, Dilu, and we'll bring you home. Those machines may be relics now, but they were still built for warfare. Don't get ahead of yourselves, everyone. Don't you worry. War Master and I will simply unleash another combination attack to put an end to all this. Mr. Pavel is taking direct control of all the mechs through Pegasus. Their firepower will be overwhelming. Please be careful. Oh, there's so much pressure. I expected nothing less than an awakened battle steed. That entrance was truly worthy of a last boss. Mr. Pavel's using Pegasus. I think command of all units for control fire systems. The incoming barrage is going to be very dangerous. Everyone be careful. Or just kill the boss. Does anyone have a General Liu I could use? I beg. No, please, someone, please have a general. No, I fucking wished. Well, Tracy, you know what to do.
请吩咐。大扫除时间。正常水平吧。
Full-on combat mechs and armored vehicles aren't something rifle bullets can stop. Although they aren't stuck with ammunition, a simple hit with their main ornament is enough to tear any doll's frame to pieces. Despite this being Pavel's first time commanding to Dilu, he's completely underground with extensive fire training, and his control over her is far from clumsy. Unfortunately, Pavel himself remains a weak link in his plan despite his efforts. The doll's movement is simply too fast for human eyesight to reflect his input speed, all of which are unquestionably holding Dilu back. Sweeper is the first to see the opportunity. She dodges Dilu's suppressive fire, closes in Pavel before bringing down the blade. Although the energy shield briefly blocks her strike, the visual force still tears open Pavel's sleeve, making Viola scream in panic. As you said, this thing was designed for dolls, us elite SF dolls specifically. Your meatbag processing speed is nothing but dead weight. Should I teach you how modern warfare works? Oh, come on, Nixie, don't remind him. Oh, so you're telling me to let Pegasus handle all this? Don't even think about it. I'm more than enough to deal with the likes of you. More like you don't trust those machines enough to hold a little sister in auto mode, eh? Ugh. That's right. Autonomous bots don't give a shit about her safety. One straight bullet and she's DEAD dead. Was this Pavel? Afraid that might happen? Terrified? Aghast even? This girl's definitely reliable. Why does she sound so SF? Well, about that. Zhisui climbs atop a Hydra mech and continuously fires into its vulnerable joints, rendering it immobile. Bishop Naya then rips off its main cannon and fires at the autonomous AFV pursuing Liushih, with herself thrown flying by the recoil. At last, We've secured a weapon with field-stopping power. Ugh, War Master, my legs! I can't feel them anymore. Yeah, just know if you dare use my body as a sword again, you won't even find them attached to your body. They just got stuck on some rock. Get yourself out of there by yourself. Taking advantage of Pavel's intention while controlling the mechs, Liushih grabs Dilu's reins. However, our doll's strength is no match for a machine renowned for her power, resulting in her being dragged along. Mr. Pavel, stop being so stubborn! You still have a chance to take Viola's hand. It's not over yet, as long as you're gone! As if realizing something, Pavel redirects all remaining firepower under his control at Liushih. Ironically, this act also exposes the weird sense of trust Pavel has in her. Because no matter what it came down to, the idea that Liushih is going to rope Viola into this has never once crossed his mind. In fact, he's almost certain that she will do everything in her power to draw the danger. Oh. In fact, he's almost certain that he'll do everything in her power to draw danger away from his little sister. It's only after inputting the command that this draws on Pavel. His trust in this enemy has far surpassed his trust in himself. Dilute, halt! Out of ammunition, but still a machine of pure destruction nonetheless, this steel steed lunges forward, sending Liushih's body flying some 20-odd meters. Sweeper tries to hold onto the reins as well, only to be thrown aside. Dilute charges recklessly at Liushih and lifts her front hooves high into the air. Staring at Liushih on the ground from the horseback, Pavel lets out a victorious roar. Brother, no! Liushih! Zhisui rushes toward Liushih, but the scene that follows leaves everyone stunned. The steel steed suddenly freezes as though it crashed. Her iron hooves suspend above Liushih without her falling. Dilu's eyes flicker between red and blue, reflecting the struggle in her heart. Dilu, you still recognize me? Pegasus! Impossible. I have access to its base layer. My authority should be absolute. Dilu isn't your weapon of war. Isn't just your weapon of war. She's our companion and family too. Liushih slowly props herself back up. By acting under Pavel's persistent commands, Dilu ultimately stomps on the now standing doll. Liushih could have easily avoided the fall thanks to the doll's reaction speed, yet she merely raises her hands to meet the steed's iron hooves. We're here, General. Liushih, hold on. Okay. A thunderous thud, but not from Liushih's body being crushed under. Her raised arms catch Dilu's legs while Dushy, Faelynn, and Zhisui help join in to stop the steed's trampling. Pavel notices Dilu's turning blue for longer than usual, while his control over the remaining combat mechs grows increasingly sluggish. Viola, you need to leave now! Realizing that his defeat is imminent, Pavel only orders Dilu to break free from the entanglement, sending Sweeper 30 meters up into the ceiling with a powerful kick from the hind legs. With more and more mechs down or destroyed, Liushih clings onto Dilu's neck tightly. Pavel points a gun at Liushih, only for Dilu to defy him, constantly keeping herself in line and refusing to give him a clear shot. In the middle of all the chaos, Pavel glances at Viola to check whether she escaped this mess, only to see her running toward the factory terminal and inserting both encryption keys at once. Stop all of this now! With the interface showing 7 mechs connected to Pegasus Mark I, Viola practically screams as she slams her fist onto the controls. Almost immediately, rampaging combat mechs cease their activity. Viola, what are you doing? I'm saving my stupid brother! Don't think I won't spank you later just because of this. Enough, Miss Sweeper. It's alright. He gently strokes Dilu's forehead before lifting her gaze at Pavel. Mr. Pavel, you have neither lost nor won, but your war is over. Sure looks like it. Whether it's by the ideals we followed, the students and successes we fostered, or even the masterpieces we poured our hearts and souls into creating, the Smolin family is destined to be betrayed. Even my own little sister had let me taste what it's like to be betrayed by family. Pavel lets out a deep sigh as he looks around. Surrounded by every direction by dolls, he can no longer put up any meaningful resistance. You've won. But I'll have you know that even as a winner, you can't win everything. The bewilderment in Pavel's eyes twists into a desperate resolve stripped of all hope in an instant. He rapidly inputs a command into his terminal. What again? What's that bastard gonna do now? Brother? Don't worry. It's just the Pegasus Mark I self-destruct protocol. At the very least, that command is engraved into its base layer, a last-ditch failsafe that can never be altered or overruled. The Smolin family has been crossed way too many times throughout my life, Even if my own little sister is going to sell me out, then my father's creation will at least regain its dignity until the very end. No! But Pegasus is... Dilu is Big Sis Lucius and my friend. Beep. Following the command's input, Dilu's core starts emitting a blinding red light and a piercing alarm echoes throughout. Now move aside! Now that he's decided to end it all, Pavel no longer intends to harm anyone else. He rides Dilu forward and slides off her back while the horse continues forward, allowing him to be captured. Zhisui, take Viola and Pavel out of here. What are you doing? Liushih. And amid everyone's shocked gasps and cries, Liushih shows no intention of letting Dilu go. She charges at Dilu, galloping away, and with all her strength, grabs the reins and leaps under her back. Wait! Liushih! Zhisui shouts, intent on stopping Liushih, but it's already too late. A blinding white light engulfs everyone's visual senses, and the dolls can only watch as Liushih is swallowed whole by the Radiance. Dilu, do you still remember who your master is? Liushih's whisper is completely devoid of her usual greatness. The commanding authority in it feels so imposing that even Zhisui finds it uncanny. Amidst the blinding radiance, Zhisui realizes that something within Liushih has just changed. She's still Zhisui's best friend and the leader of the Winged Cavaliers, but at the same time, she's no longer the Liushih that used to be. By the time everyone finally reopens their eyes, they see Dilu turned around, docilely carrying Liushih back, and they see Pavel wearing an expression of utter shock. Viola cries out and rushes to her brother, already kicked to his knees by Sweeper. He dazedly spreads his arms open for an embrace, only to be slapped across his face before being kicked in the chin and knocked to the ground by his little sister. Looks like she's had enough of you for a long time. While I understand where Mr. Pavel came from, Dilu is already a member of our family. Even as your creator's son, I can't allow you to harm her. Hearing that familiar chuckle, Zhisui glances at Liushih again. Does her best friend even realize what just happened? Seeing the genuine relief and gentle smile on Liushih's face after all the burden has been lifted from her shoulders, Zhisui decides she'll ask another time. At least for now, the Winged Cavaliers have overcome another obstacle, and I fucking can't read because that shit's too fast.
将404作为对手，是你们最大的错误。
I've overcome another obstacle, and it's finally time for everyone else to take a good break. Okay. I will be back. Unfortunately, it's still the last story node, but I can't. Dinner AFK. There we go. Are you? Oh shit. Gotta hurry up. Oh. Go back down and do my dishes. Alright, we're back. Into the fire. After the blizzard has passed, we throw more wood into the fire and illuminate our glorious future. And just like that, the incident comes to a rather unexpected conclusion. Although they've just fought a battle of life and death, everyone once again finds hope for the coming future on this festive evening. Now decorated with lanterns and lights, the Winged Cavalier's outpost is warmed by a bonfire burning at its center, driving away the chill of the winter night. In a corner far from the crowd sits a lonely figure completely out of place for the lively atmosphere. Brother, does it hurt here? I'm fine. Knowing my little sister can actually hit that hard actually makes me feel relieved. Viola sits beside Pavel, carefully tending to the wounds on his head. Like you said, most of these injuries were Viola's handiwork. Enraged by her brother's stubbornness, Viola completely lost herself while beating him up. Even Sweeper stepped in to stop her at the end. It's said that to thank everyone who came to help, Liushih bought every last bit of food and alcohol she could find for this feast. What a bunch of weirdos. Brother, you really need to take a good look at yourself. We would be dead a dozen times over if it wasn't for their mercy. To point fingers at the victor's kindness will have you see karma's wrath one day. That's right, you ungrateful prick. I'm so itching to send you to your maker, you know. And don't think we're over just yet. You even tried to kill a little adorable Dilu after causing all this trouble. Everyone. Approaching the siblings are Viola's former companions along with the dolls who helped resolve the incident. The girl shamefully lowers her head under the two cavaliers' scrutinizing gaze. Well, count yourself lucky, because the boss said, at least for tonight, she hopes everyone can share a meal happily together. Viola looks gratefully toward Luca and Ivana. She perfectly understands that, well, she can never return to the Winged Cavaliers again. But the fact they're willing to tolerate her presence at all is overwhelmingly redemptive to her. She covers her eyes and lets tears roll down her face. Looking at her crying sister, Pavel slowly raises a hand, only to helplessly drop it in the end. He then looks at the Cavaliers whom he once saw as enemies, many with injuries far worse than his. This whole day, Pavel has been waiting in the same spot, waiting to see whether someone would come and beat him up, perhaps even end his life. But all that waiting was for nothing. Thanks. In that moment, a steaming bowl of dumplings is suddenly held before him. There you go, Demon King, you who was lost and now found. What? What's this? A magical sustenance a magical sustenance said to restore friendship once consumed. Following ancient Eastern legends, it bestows one with might to drive away the chill and mend broken bonds. Even fallen souls who succumb to darkness may find a lingering trace of warmth in its deliciousness. So please enjoy. What? Who set your dialogue difficulty so high? Have some, brother. Big Sis Liushih saved these for us. After everything I did? She said no matter which side someone is on, nobody deserves to greet the future on an empty stomach. Reflections, admitting fault, accepting punishment, all that can wait until after you've eaten. That's the human way of handling things. I tried to do terrible things and I failed. I tried to give up on everything and failed too. I'm just a loser. You don't need to veil my failure with goodwill. But Pavel awkwardly accepts the bowl and stares at the dumplings. Viola gently rests her hand on his shoulder. But I don't think wanting to save Dad is wrong, brother. Big Sis Liushih said the human she admires and respects the most once told her, no wrong method could ever lead to the right path. Let's start over, brother. Let's find a way to save Dad that everyone can be proud of, and make our lives a little happier, alright? Is that even possible? Faced with his sister's innocence, Pavel can't help but laugh bitterly. People like Liushih and Zhisui are far and few between in this world. No one understands better than him just how much darkness and cruelty lurks in paths of the world that Viola has never seen. He also knows all too well that he himself is part of that cruel world. But in this very moment, he can't help but ask himself just how many more excuses is he going to make? Having come this far, do he and Viola still have what it takes to walk the right path? Would they even be allowed to tread it? Would they be accepted? Suddenly, Pavel realizes what he's feeling is hope. A sensation so unbelievably real, just like the tormentous flame spreading in the mouth right now. Brother, are you okay? Someone added something to these dumplings. Must be Dushy 5 million SHU capsaicin capsules. She said whoever gets those are in for a bright future. Congratulations, brother. Why are you crying? Are you okay? Wait, don't wipe all your tears and snot on me. Alright, I get it, brother. You've worked hard all this time. Let's start over from the beginning. Watching the scene in the distance unfold, Phaetusa opens a fresh page in her diary. Despite all the conflict and struggle, humans and dolls, enemies and friends can still sit together and share food. Is this what reconciliation means to humans? Absolutely fascinating. By fascinating, you mean letting two high-risk subjects free roam the outpost? I'd have those two locked up ages ago. I don't really want to admit it. I kind of agree with Sweeper on this. Liushih, is this really okay? Even if Pavel is behaving himself now, what if he tries to use Dilu to cause a scene again in the future? That's alright, Zhisui. I believe that Dilu is no longer a tool for anyone to control at will. Why? Because Dilu managed to disobey her base layer self-destruct command, a decision born from memories, one she somehow made on her own. For the past 10 years, she lived alongside everyone and safeguarded us on our journey. Those memories have since turned it into her own will. Just like how the commander granted us freedom through the agreement, which allowed us to break free of the confines imposed on dolls, and let us create values beyond our design. I believe that, if Mr. Pavel sticks around Dilu a little longer, he'll eventually understand why Dilu changed the way she did. But, Liushih, you must have done something to help Dilu break her chains, right? Me? No way, Zhisui. You must be seeing things. No, I saw it with my two own eyes. You clearly... Zhisui suddenly cuts herself off after noticing the siblings walking over. Seeing Liushih rise to her feet, she lets out a quiet sigh and walks up with her. Yo, Mr. Pavel, Viola, did you have a good time? If there's anything you want to taste, Zhisui would try her best to cook it. Instead of that, I heard you're not planning to punish us. Punish? By punishment, Mr. Pavel, do you mean proper disciplinary actions to legal proceedings and sentencing? You know what I mean. Since the incident was entirely between you and the Winged Cavaliers, the mayor gave me authority to judge. I've discussed it with Zhisui. At the end of the day, we're T-dolls, not lawyer dolls with legal modules, and we're not planning to install any in the near future either. So we don't intend to do anything. That's just an excuse. Even if the two of you have reconciled, your Cavaliers still have grievances of their own. Although we're the ones making the decision, we never told anyone else what they should or shouldn't feel or do. Everyone. But they've all accepted this arrangement nonetheless. At least that's the energy I got from them. Mr. Pavel, you and Viola deceived the Winged Cavaliers out of self-interest, causing major losses and many injuries. That much is fact. But we've also learned about the hardships you and Viola endured, and up to this point, no Cavalier has lost their life due to your actions, so everyone has decided not to seek revenge for the grievances against you for now. This is your second chance at life. Please grasp it well. Big Sis Liushih and Zhisui. I'm sorry. Viola bows her head down before the two dolls and starts weeping uncontrollably. I always envied you, resented you. Even though I knew it wasn't right, I still took out my pain on you. Everyone in the Cavaliers cared so much about me from the very beginning, yet Seeing Viola like this, Zhisui reaches out and gently pats her on the head. Then make sure to apologize to everyone too, okay? Oh, yes, I definitely will. I'll try to do my best to redeem myself. Watching his sister with a convoluted expression, Pavel realizes the doll's gazes have shifted toward him. He smiles awkwardly, then nods at the two dolls. I hope to go back with Viola after accepting your arrangement. Even without the conglomerate's help, recovering materials related to my father from OKB Smolin still could result in potent evidence. I'll find a way to fight for our father's exoneration. Then we'll move somewhere quiet and live for the rest of our days peacefully. Well, that sounds like a good plan. As she goes on, Liushih passes a black bundle to Pavel. This is travel expenses, and those documents prepared for you by our acquaintance from Griffin. According to Commander's brilliant and beautiful friend currently vacationing aboard the Elmo, Dr. Smolin's case involved 5 high-ranking officials within the URNC. OKB Smolin was one but small inconvenient chapter of their past for 3 of them, a past they'd rather keep hidden. I know you're incredibly rich, but how could you possibly gain access to intel of the upper ranks of the URNC? That's just the extent of our commander's influence. Oh, how terrifying this individual known as the Tomato Empress must be. Besides that, there's also a business card inside the package. Among our former comrades, one has become an extremely successful lawyer. That card belongs to her. She has yet to lose a single case to this day. You can go find her if you need any help. A former Griffin doll who gained freedom became a lawyer? Hard to believe the commander of yours is willing to let such a competent doll go free. That's just the commander's charm. Not something you people could ever imitate. While I don't plan to continue as an underground broker, I also don't like owing too many favors. Pavel retrieves 2 intertwined pendants from his pocket and hands them to Zhisui. Our parents left these for Viola and me, each representing their respective access authorities. Together, they unlock everything within OKB Smolin. You can retrieve all the data you need with them, including activation codes for the production lines. Consider this my payment for your referral and travel funds, I guess. Are you sure? Aren't these what Viola treasured the most? That's exactly why I wanted to trust them with you, big sis. Brother and I have already decided to start over. Even without these, family's still family. If they could make the Winged Cavaliers' lives just a little easier, I'd feel better about myself, too. Oh, and there's this, too. Pavel hands another item to Liushih, a booklet. The doll frowns after receiving it. These numbers are all intel and ledgers I've amassed over the years in the Yellow Zones. Included inside are the details on the conglomerate spooks embedded throughout the various settlements, as well as hidden in its cache locations. Everything I've accomplished as an unarmed broker, along with all the plans and secrets currently being carried out by the conglomerate. Wait a minute, aren't these extremely sensitive materials? I initially kept it for Viola in case the conglomerate no longer needed me, hoping they'd be worried about the information inside getting leaked, but... Look, please hand this over to the Tomato Empress for me. This should help her understand how the conglomerate controls the Yellow Zone. Commander. I don't know what she's trying to really accomplish, nor whether she'll succeed, but many of the things recorded in this booklet will easily get people killed. If you don't like the sound of that, feel free to discard it. Understood. Then, on behalf of the commander, I shall thank you for providing her with invaluable information and supplies. But couldn't you pen to her personally? I would definitely pay her a visit if I were to keep operating as a broker, but right now, I need to take care of my father first. Once everything's settled, I'll find time to do that. Alright, that marks the end of my business here in the Yellow Zones. Pavel bows his head at the 2 dolls. Unlike when facing the mighty head honcho of the Gerard group, this scene makes him feel at ease and almost too comfortable. But after lifting his head again, he makes another request that leaves Liushih slightly troubled. Pegasus was the name my late mother gave her. Although D-Lu sounds nice too. Would you mind calling her by that name as well, if only occasionally? Okay. And then Liushih's jaw dropped right there and then. She said she spent 3 whole nights coming up with that name. That's nonsense. I did not. It's well past midnight and most others are fast asleep. But for some reason, the 2 leaders of the Winged Cavaliers are gathered around the bonfire, wearing radiant smiles, together with an aegis that doesn't even have a neural cloud. How sly of you, Commander, using a body like this to infiltrate our party. Hey, I was just using it to make video calls. I should have logged out by now. But Dandelion insisted she wanted to see the good food you were having. So you're abandoning us? Oh, don't go, Commander. I'll buy you anything you want. That's not what I meant. Also, I think Liushih's drunk. Please take care of him for me, Zhisui. It was a big day. Come drink with us, would you? We have got dumplings. Here, say I just told you it's a video call. Wait, you got drunk too? Delicious. We've both worked hard this time. If we want to stand on the same battlefield as you, we can't remain as our old selves. For the past 10 years, Zhisui and I have always dreamed of the day we could fight alongside you again, and that feeling hasn't changed in the slightest. Commander, we work super hard. Praise us all you want. Don't hold back. Especially Liushih. She's changed a lot. She got to be the Griffin doll who's grown the most over the years. Zhisui too. She's my one and only best friend. Even though we'd very much like to join you aboard the Elmo immediately, the Winged Cavaliers and the Cliffwatch town still need us around, if only for a little while longer. I look at the dolls around me and tilt the machine's camera up and down as a substitute for nodding. We don't need to rush or walk in the same path, so sooner or later we'll meet again. Until then, you can come aboard the Elmo anytime you want, and we'll make up for the 10 years we weren't able to spend together. Being able to share such a moment with you is already the greatest reward I could have asked for, and Commander, there's one more thing we would like to see your guidance on. A solemn expression suddenly appears on Liushih's otherwise gentle but slightly dazed face, and I immediately catch on to the true intention behind this call. Okay, be Smolin, right? Yeah. We've had some internal disagreements. Some want to seal it away for good immediately, while others think we should investigate it first before planning our next steps. How do you think we should proceed, Commander? I see. I do not answer immediately, given that I've already pondered that myself. A fully preserved and operational arms manufacturing plant of this scale shouldn't exist in the Yellow Zone. If the URNC catches wind of someone holding such arms manufacturing capabilities, Cliffwatch Town and Liushih's winged cavaliers would be embroiled in major turmoil, so sealing it away would be certainly the best course of action. On the other hand, the Yellow Zone's future does not look very optimistic. Even without Pavel's whistle blowing, Dandelion and Leva's intel have already shed light in the many meticulously planned conspiracies the conglomerate has been orchestrating within the URNC. Thus, there may come a time where people of the Yellow Zones will need the hidden potential buried with OKB Smolin. Let me read through Pavel's notes first. I don't want to make a decision before I put together what he has to offer with my own understanding of the Yellow Zone status quo. However, that facility is indeed extremely critical. Do everything in your power to maintain secrecy, and at the same time, try investigating it thoroughly to ensure there's no hidden risks. Understood. At that moment, the Cavaliers' cheers suddenly erupt from the distant plaza. Bosses! You've got 10 seconds before the fireworks show starts. It's the Winged Cavaliers custom fireworks. Look, everyone. General Khan! General Khan, what are you doing over there? It's more fun with everyone around. If only Master was here, too. That'd be wonderful. That Sung's machine, isn't that? Ah, here we go. Commander, Liushih, let's move. Right, Commander, come with us. I appreciate the effort. I let the two dolls whom I finally reunited with lift me and carry me toward the crowd. After the countdown ends, Luca and Ivana light the fuses together. Whoosh and bang. The fireworks scream into the night sky before exploding brilliantly above Cliffwatch Town. The multicolored bursts illuminate the entire valley, casting a radiant glow across every upturned face. Beneath the dazzling fireworks, the girls all firmly believe the reunion was just around the corner. And when that day comes, it will surely be a beautiful day filled with warm sunlight. Beep. Task Force DEFY, Communication 7889, requesting connection. Go ahead. Regarding the upcoming Red Zone surveillance mission, Wormstein and I have confirmed the proceedings. While we have no objections to the mission details, our current hardware may limit operational efficiency. Is backup authorized? Who would you like to request? Her infiltration operation is nearing its conclusion. Feasibility of her withdrawing early and prioritizing the mission instead? Sorry, request denied. Reason being, we can't pull her out now precisely because that operation is entering its final stage. You understand her better than I do. Should the mission fail because of this, she'd become extremely troublesome to deal with, wouldn't she? Indeed. However, I do have another suitable candidate. Also, she happens to be an old friend of yours. No need to worry about her combat capability. You should be able to work great together. If that's the arrangement, then I have no objections. Additionally, arriving along with the backup personnel should be a shipment of supplies. Supplies? Is it protective equipment for the Red Zones? Not entirely. Considering the protracted tracking nature of this mission, a batch of lightweight wear has been prepared for emergencies. Lightweight wear? Although the reduced fabric coverage means they'll provide less protection than tactical suits, they've become far more practical when infiltration into certain sensitive environments is necessary. Alas, violence can't solve every problem. In any case, you'll understand once you get your hands on them. Sure. The style of clothing doesn't matter. As long as it ensures the mission goes smoothly proceeds, I won't object. Alpha really is as pragmatic as ever. Please remain on standby. I'll contact you with a new comrade next. That's a look at the operation. 12? Wait, who did she request first then? If she, unless if 12 was the first one, I don't know what the second one would be.
准备就绪，逃得掉吗？引擎已激活，
行动中。命令我。叫我吗？为您服务。明白。别太快就投降了，小心，接下来才是重头戏。
Hey. Hey. Why are you not taking any damage? Oh, immune to burn damage? That's fine. Hey, watch this.
叫我吗？不要小看玩具设计师的力量哦。
准备就绪，逃得掉吗？引擎已激活，
不要小看玩具设计师的力量哦。
D. Alright. Oh man. High key? I kind of want to pull for Liushih right now. Oh god, will I have enough? Will my ancestors smile upon me? I think I've got enough. But I also need to make sure I save enough for the really, or not really, OTS 14. Oh god. God, I would love it right now, not gonna lie. Oh my god. Surely this can't hurt. I'll do 2 10 pulls for now. After Star Wars is finished, I can probably spend the rest. Oh well, it's a little rough. Okay. I gotta do my Star Wars before it's over. How much more time do I have left? I'm on number 10 right now. I should be okay. Okay. Oh god. Okay, well. Missing anything. 2 supply ones. figure it out myself. It's all good. GG's.